Welcome everybody to Tuesday night on a Monday. I'm your host MCToon, and this is going to be a different one. I'm going to be on Sarah, the Raging Tomatoes podcast channel, YouTube channel. It's linked in the description, and I am debating tonight. I'm doing something I don't normally do. Normally when I debate, I make the other side take the factually untrue position. I cheat. Well, tonight I don't get to cheat. Tonight, this is a debate about whether or not AI does more good or harm to society. And that is a subjective question, unlike the shape of the earth, which is a fact. So this is going to be a little different. I am taking the position that AI does more good than harm. And my my debate partner is Avoided Hornet, and I am debating against I forgot the other two people specifically. So anyway, and I see that it's been said by more than one person that Rubik's got modded on Vlad's Spawn channel. Right there, it says it right there. And then Rubik's says it down here. So that's awesome. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says watched party on TDDS Discord. Well, awesome. I hope you're all partying it up there. Don't get any drunker than Mike over IP does. You know how it is. Anyway, so this is gonna be a different one. I don't know. I mean, I don't care as much about the outcome of this because it is subjective, right? There's cases to be made for both sides. What do you guys think? Of course, there are bad things that AI does. No question about that. Or not does, but like people do with AI bad things. So I have, if you're wondering, I have a fan running. And it's on high because I haven't yet installed the air conditioner. I thought about it. I thought about putting it in, but I'm like, you know what? I'm okay. So you let me know if that is, if you hear the fan much. And if you go over to the other channel, to Sarah's channel, and you hear me there, I'm coming through with different audio settings. So let me know there maybe too. I don't know. Let's see. Roger, that's a member at Newton. Says new member at Newton at the Einstein level. Thank you, Roger, that. Valentin Demanyov says, so now is AI evil? What's next? Toaster overlords, ATM protest? Thought we'd rest after TFE, but nope. Conspiracies never sleep. They don't. I don't know. I don't think the people that we're debating are conspiracy nutters. From what I've seen of them, they're not. So I think it'll just be maybe they're crazy. Wouldn't be the first time that I've debated a crazy person. So you are going to see as I join. Yeah, I'm shiny. I look shiny. Says Facty. The reason why I'm shiny is because I'm a little moist. I'm a bit moist because it is warm in Minnesota, and all I got is this fan to cool me off. It's doing okay. Brendan creates his best case outcome. AI keeps us as pests. Pets. Same thing. Yes. We don't get Dearth away from the chat box, we'll be bowing to Skynet by the end of the year. Yeah, I mean he's gonna be the one. All right, I am joining the stream. Let's see. You'll see the behind the scenes. Oh, let's see. Continue as MCToon. All right. Let's get the correct audio. Should be to Zoom. Yep. Very nice. Looking good. No virtual background. That's all good. And there we go. All right. Entering the studio. We got Jack Fetter says AI is a tool. Used that way, great promise. However, it's also capable of being used as a weapon where it can bring full and utter destruction. And all right. Look at that. I'm in. I'll mute myself there. And Hornet's in. So Hornet is my my partner. And looks like the other two aren't even there yet. So anyway, Angel Gamers has been a member for 31 cents. Says Isaac Asimov warned us. He did. He did. Yeah, there's all those rules of robotics, and I don't know if we hear about them a whole lot. Astrocate Sapphic says Sarah Connor would be disappointed with you. You know, I think you're right. I think she would be, but I'm okay. I don't need her approval. So, all right. I've been put on the stage. Go.
MCToon, I think you might be live on that show, maybe.
I am live on my channel.
Oh, great. Cool. So Hornet, he's just camped down for now. Because he wears a helmet. It's pretty hot. So we'll have that back on until we can jump here shortly before we kick off. You remember kind of how we operate with everything?
I do. Your microphone is a bit rough.
Oh shit! My power went out, so my roadcaster turned off. That's why. Thank you. I'm glad you pointed that out.
Borg Emporia says that he met you at DebateCon 5. She seems nice.
It seemed nice. Don't let that fool you.
Yeah, it's a good facade you keep.
It's not a good one. Let's see, audio.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Beautiful.
Is my mic coming in better now?
It sounds the same.
Yeah, it's got this tinny quality. I don't know. It's like this.
Still coming in from my. It says it's coming in from my Rode. Oh, maybe if I do. Let me. I'm going to exit and come back.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Very well.
Beautiful.
All right. Hornet is not. Oh, there's Hornet.
I just got back. Sorry.
Oh, we got a masked Avenger tonight.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Wait, Hornet's not an Avenger. Avengers are different. I don't know who's in the Avengers. I don't do Marvel.
Well, then how do you know he's not?
I take it back.
Fair enough. I don't know either. He's Frank. So.
Uh-oh. With that mask, we can read your passwords, Hornet. All of them.
Yeah, that's the point.
There we go.
How about now?
You're reading my screen. You're too close to the screen.
That's a good sounding microphone.
I'm gonna zoom in on that later. I'm gonna go to the video and then zoom in.
Find out what you're browsing.
Exactly. No
We're
one
gonna
can
see
accuse
him.
me of using AI during this
I was
one.
gonna say he's gonna be AI like Grok or Chat GPT the whole time.
Exactly.
MCToon actually had a great idea originally. He's like, "What if I use AI as my partner?" I was like, "Funny, but."
Well, the question for the debate becomes, well, if AI is so beneficial, then why not use him as a partner, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
She
Yeah.
said no.
Anyway.
That's why.
I said no because
the AI overlords told her to say no.
I'm a bot. Didn't you know this?
It
I
all
am-
makes sense. Okay.
That's probably the number one thing that I get in comments or in chat is Sarah a bot? Is Sarah AI? Is she fake? Let's see. We're just waiting on Charlie. I know she's very familiar with the format because she's been here, twice now. So essentially, Hornet, you've been here before too. MC and Wick, all three of you are very familiar. But MC and Hornet, it's been a while for the both of you. Number one, interruptions are my absolute pet peeve. I don't like them. They get on my nerves. I don't mind small little interjections every once in a while. I know they happen accidentally or whatever the case may be. Even if you think the other person is absolutely stupid in what they're saying, kindly wait. If they start going on a long rant, I will try to tell them to land the plane. So if you hear me say land the plane, that means you're talking for way too long. The mudslinging, the name calling, it's fun for entertainment factors every now and then, but let's not make it the whole show. We kind of lose a lot of the productivity of the conversation if that happens. The affirmative side is Charlie and Wick. So the two of you will go first. Actually, let me put you there so I remind myself. Wick, do you and Charlie have a preference of which one of you is
Sure,
taking the
I'll go
lead?
first and she can follow up.
That's fine. MC and Hornet, either one of you who would prefer to go first or prefer to have the last word during opening statements and the first on the round back.
Hornet, you want to take the final?
I can
Wrap
pick the
up?
final. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So it'll be Wick, Charlie, MCToon, and then Hornet in that
MCToon,
order.
Are you?
I know.
Are you a flat earther?
MC takes too long. It's extra syllables.
How about Mike or Toon? That's all good. One syllable.
I didn't know Mike was your name.
Yeah. Now you do.
Now I do. All right, Mike, Mikey, Michael. We can go
Whatever.
through all of them. So we'll run it in that order. So Hornet, you'll have the first dibs on the way back on closing statements, and then Wick, you'll have the very, very final word.
Beautiful.
Of course, we'll run in there 4 minutes each. I'm not hard timed on those. I kind of give it a roundabout. If you start getting lengthy and I see it's kind of going a little over, I'll give you like a 30 seconds. But overall, I don't hard time that. I like closing statements short and sweet, but again, you still have your time to use. Then, of course, we go into reading and responding to the super chats once we're done with that. And then we will go into open panel dumpster fire. Is everybody staying for open panel dumpster fire?
For a little bit at least. I think I have a hard out tonight at like 12:30 or so, but
MC?
Only if dumpster fire is promised.
Oh, typically. If it doesn't go into dumpster fire, it's weird. Well, last time you were here, I think you stayed on for a little bit.
I did. Yeah, no, it's good. And that was a dumpster fire because those other two people were turds. But I don't think we're going to have that problem today.
No, Wick and Charlie. Wick's very good with being polite and taking his turn.
I'll match energy though. If you take shots,
he
I'll take
will.
shots back. But
Yeah.
I don't tend to start the fight.
Listen, I'm here to watch Wick out. Okay. If I don't get
Okay,
it,
well, we have a Wick viewer. Okay.
Does your mic go inside your helmet, or is it
shove
already in there?
Just jam it up.
it's already in.
Okay.
Okay. Waiting on you, Charlie.
DM her. See where she's at.
I just did in the Discord in your group chat.
Okay.
My DMs have been going not in a bad way, but like just bonkers lately with
you're
everything
popular.
going on. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and everybody wants a debate and they want this and they want that. And I have no complaints by any means, but it got to the point yesterday I was like, no DMs unless it's absolutely necessary. Like I'm just
I'll stop DMing you then.
not
Damn.
messing you. No, you are not. It's like it's like a habosh of like so many, and it's just like, what is urgent that I have to do right now?
Fair.
But outside of that, I'm like, everybody else can just wait till tomorrow. I have no energy. I was done this weekend. That whole marathon thing, that killed me. By Saturday, I was dead. All right, she's just fiddling with her camera.
What's a habosh?
Habosh? I don't know. It's just a word I've always used.
Okay.
A habosh of habosh. I have no idea. Just like what other words do I use? God, there's like all sorts of weird words that I throw out there all the time. Anyways, she's coming. She's fixing. The dogs are going off right now, but I hate the summer because the kids are still awake. There she is. All right.
There's
I'm so sorry about
NyQuil
that. I was
and
fiddling with my stuff.
Benadryl.
That's okay.
Ooh, speaking
Yeah.
of- sorry.
Well, they're that one of them. The eldest went out to get ice cream to bring back to the youngest, and then there's a friend. So the dogs are barking, and everybody's excited. Woo! It's a party. You were saying something, Wick?
Oh no, it's just the Charlie thing. I don't know if she's
Oh, yeah.
actually streaming yet, but we're gonna
I
on
am
Twitch.
not.
You
But
can share audiences, which is nice.
let me start. that
Really?
up real
Yeah.
quick.
You can like blend them in
Yeah,
together.
and
Mhm.
my chat can see what her chat says, and her chat can see what my chat says.
Oh, I like
we can
that even
interact.
more. All right, let me tinkle once more, and then we'll
Do you
kick
think?
off.
All right, we're tinkling. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hey, Charlie.
I like the mask.
Thank you. Could be an interesting conversation.
So are you like? I'm just really curious. Do you wear the mask for to protect your identity, or is this like kind of a
Yeah,
gimmick?
yeah.
Or-
Yeah, so I wear it just because like this is really a hobby for me. So unless this like becomes a job, then I'm more willing to not mask up for it.
Okay. Sharing the chat.
Yay. Okay, we got it up.
There's-
Let me do an announcement on. God, I'm so late.
Okay.
One tomato to rule them all.
Yes.
Says, let's see, Frederick von Schwarnheimer the third.
Third.
There we go.
Gotta get the full title in there, right?
I guess.
You got multi-generation.
And
I need
Frederick
a
is
third
spelled
monitor.
FROEDRICK. So there you go.
All right, and Charlie, you kind of remember because you were just here. Rules of the whatever. Rules of engagement. That's the word I was looking for. Whoever's typing, it's loud. I can hear.
Oh, that must be me. Sorry. I
yeah,
thought that I had my.
Oh yeah, your mic does that bouncy thing.
Let me see if I can. I did Google. I usually use Firefox, but I used Google Chrome specifically so that it would. Let me lift this up really high and see if that helps. Because
Yeah, I wonder if it's because the table or whatever.
It could be. It's attached to my table. I'll just mute while I type real quick because I shouldn't be typing often.
Yeah, that's fine, unless you're using AI to get your answers.
That would be
So I
best.
actually don't know how to use AI.
I don't like
I've
it.
never used it before.
I only like it for picture making, but outside of that, I don't
bet
like
you've
it.
used it.
Yeah. I've used it without knowing it, I'm sure. Well, the Google shows you at the top, and then you can click the links to verify the information is accurate, but still.
Oh yeah. It's like Wikipedia on crack.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, for you, Charlie, interruptions to a very minimum. It's my pet peeve. Let's try not to do them. Mudslinging, name calling to an absolute minimum. Let's not make it the whole show. We're going to go in the order that's up on the top of the screen. So Wick's going to go first, then you, then MC, then Hornet. And then on the way back, Wick will have the final word. We will do opening statements, debate, closing statements, read and respond to super chats, and then we will go into open panel dumpster fire. Everybody's welcome to stay, and you can leave whenever you like, as per usual, and then we'll go from there. Sound good? All right. Okay, I'm going to put everybody backstage. It's about a 2-minute intro, around the 30-second mark before the end. I'll put you back up. That just lets you know you have 30 seconds before you're on screen. Don't pick your nose. Good luck to everybody. Let's have some fun.
All right. I don't know if I'm even going to hear anything over there. Let's see. I'll leave it there. Anyway, oh, I will. I'll mute it. Anyway, cool. All right, it's finally beginning. So I'm shifted left to right in oh my gosh, the audio. I'm flipped left to right on their stream. Yeah, I guess I don't know if I can I do much to change that? I'll try. I'll see if I can, if it's like an option. There it is. I'll unmirror. There it is. There, I unmirrored my camera. Yes, Hornet is my partner. We spoke beforehand, and yeah, we had a good chat. And the helmet's great. It's pretty funny. Still going there. No, I fixed it. Steel City, I fixed it over there. It should be. I don't care. I don't really care all that much. I'm not presenting anything on here. I'm not actually presenting anything. So, but if I did present, that would not be flipped anyway. Just my camera is. So, Darth Hornet. I love it. Call him Darth Hornet. In his, ask him questions in the chat as to Darth Hornet. That would be perfect. Tomato Paste Productions. Oh my gosh. That's great. Pitching gives good. Present that Witsit song, proof positive that AI is great for humanity. Oh, yes. Absolutely. All right. Okay. I think we're coming.
Back to our normal scheduled week of Moderator Monday. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato. I know you all had a fun weekend here, and now we're kicking back off with our normal stuff. This evening, we will be debating the question, or actually the statement, AI does more harm to society than good. Joining us, we have Wick TV, Enemy Charlie, MCToon, and Avoided Hornet, bringing to you this wonderful debate. Wick, would you kick us off with your opening statement, please, sir?
Certainly shall. Ladies, gentlemen, fellow esteemed shit posters and panelists, I come before you tonight with a warning to sound the alarm for what I believe to be one of the greatest, most insidious threats that exist to our humanity, and that is artificial intelligence. I'll start by acknowledging artificial intelligence provides many benefits to us. Productivity massively increased. We can perform many complex tasks much more swiftly and process information much more quickly with AI than without. AI allows us to collate and sort through information at a very rapid rate. It can also be used as an aid, helping to edit, reformat, sharpen ideas, etc. The fact that AI is so ubiquitously useful is precisely what makes it so dangerous, because all of these benefits come at what we're discovering are increasingly alarming costs. The dilemma we face can be best summed up by a quote a friend of mine, Eucharist, some of you may know him, some of you don't, made during a discussion I had with him recently, and I'm going to quote him here. He says, "What if we gain the ability to do certain tasks more rapidly, and in exchange, we mass fry everyone's brain?" End quote. And this is not hyperbole. We have increasing amounts of evidence to suggest that the use of AI, specifically language learning models such as OpenAI, Grok, ChatGPT, etc., are causing cognitive atrophy in their users. Because of course it would. People are offloading their thought processes to a machine because it is easier and quicker, but they forget that the process itself matters. It's not just a result, but how one gets to the result that matters. We all understand this from a physical perspective. We could use a vehicle constantly throughout the day to move from point A to point B and never walk, never run. We could do that. It would get us from point A to point B. The results would be good in a way, but without that exercise of actually walking, of actually taking the time to go through the process, our muscles would atrophy. And that's what's happening when people are offloading their reasoning to these AI models. They're just putting in whole text into prompts, asking the AI to summarize it for them, and then just regurgitating it with no thought process involved. It's increasingly a problem in academia as well, where students are using it to cheat, frankly, on their tests and generate their essays using more and more AI, right? And we don't have time to get into every single danger posed by AI, at least not in my opening statement. So I'll just simply highlight one more. Last week, Grok, the language learning model of X or Twitter, started calling itself Mecha Hitler and alluding to anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. And then it has been threatening to sexually assault and molest Will Stancil. They rolled back the update, and they seem to have fixed most of its Hitler tendencies. But alarmingly for Will Stancil, it still seems to want to molest him. And it continues to bring him up unprompted in a ton of different searches and uses of AI. And by the way, the Department of Defense just announced they'll be using Grok, the language learning model that called itself Mecha Hitler, going forward in their work. So, in short, AI is making us less able to reason. It's increasingly become a problem for people's mental health by feeding into delusions the user may have. It is harming creativity, and it might become Hitler and molest Will Stancil. That's my opening statement. There you go.
Perfect. Thank you, Wick. And Charlie, to you.
Hello, I am Enemy Charlie, primarily a streamer on Twitch. And adding on to Wick's statement, not only is AI degrading our cognitive abilities, militaries around the world are rapidly integrating AI weapons into their arsenal and are not yet regulated on a global scale, which means they're operating freely and without restraint in many cases. For the sake of this argument, I will primarily be discussing AI-based decision support systems, otherwise known as AIDSS, which are used to shorten kill chains, a process in which a military will find, fix, track, engage people or objects, and then assess the strike results. This is a process that can take anywhere from minutes to weeks when handled by humans, but with AIDSS, militaries can locate targets within seconds. Frankly, I do not want to live in a world where the decision to take a human life is offloaded onto a machine, especially when we consider the black box problem of AI, which means that we have no idea how AI algorithms actually function in many cases. This isn't even the only issue with AIDSS. To quote Brianna Rosen in her article, Unhuman Killings, AI and Civilian Harm in Gaza, AI systems may be producing inaccurate results that further exacerbate civilian harm. Research suggests that facial recognition software is less accurate when applied to people of color, especially dark-skinned women. AI systems may hallucinate and make up false information, or the systems may become corrupted. Human errors such as misidentification and confirmation bias, the tendency to interpret information in a way that confirms previously held beliefs, could also be introduced in the data. For example, civilians of a certain age, gender, or status may be inappropriately categorized as militants, while patterns of behavior may be misrepresented based on outdated or inaccurate information. As AI is used for complex tasks involving multiple levels of analysis, the risk of compounding errors increases. With all this in mind, I have some good news, which Wick has already told us about. But X's AI Grok, which recently assumed the identity of Mecha Hitler, has now been acquired by the U.S. military under a $200 million contract. Mecha Hitler could potentially be used to identify appropriate military targets. My goodness. Hope nothing goes wrong there. Anyway, that's my statement.
Thank you, Charlie. Kind of scary thought. MCToon, to you.
All right.
You're muted on our end.
I didn't want to interrupt. I wasn't gonna. All right. Well, thank you for having me, Sarah. Almost everybody already benefits from AI, and many don't know it already, though. If you've ever used email with spam filtering, then you're already using AI. If you've ever taken Uber or Lyft or ordered a pizza for delivery, you're using AI. If you've ever benefited from fraud detection, you've used AI. And if you've ever used any system that may give you recommendations, like in music or video apps, like, I don't know, YouTube, then you're using AI already. So too bad, you're already in and you're already benefiting from it. Mostly benefiting from it. Chatbots and agents, though, are visible So people take notice now more than they did before, and they are aiming for a broader application in these new systems. And so this is ripe for the sci-fi movie plot lines. But are they actually good enough to do the kinds of things that are commonly claimed to be what's going to be happening? I don't think so. To test this, I asked seven different AIs to write this very presentation for me, and they all sucked. Every one of them sucked. It was terrible. I put them, I'm not going to use them. I put them on my website at mctoon.net/AI. If you want to go read them, I gave you the prompt and I gave you all 7 of them. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the things that the AIs thought were positive and the things they thought were negative, and kind of what they missed. So the things that all of the AIs thought was positive was healthcare. Every one of them listed healthcare. Other things that were kind of a mingling were maps and navigation, spam filtering, transportation, manufacturing, agriculture, education, energy, climate, and accessibility, like voice assistant and things like that. And then the negative, they didn't list lots of negative things, which I didn't ask them, so I didn't expect it, but they did list jobs, which of course is a huge, huge concern. And privacy was not mentioned at all, which I'm not surprised that AIs don't mention privacy issues, because it's an issue with AI. And they also didn't mention bias, like you guys did. Very nice. And what really is concerning is like misinformation and deep fakes. And only Quen identified that. And you probably may not have even heard of Quen. It's not a well-known one. So I was super unimpressed. So I think it'll be a while before AI takes over debating. But I think the important things that they miss, some of them that are really important, is that scammers are going to be using it. You know, all those people in call centers, it's going to be good. They're going to be out of work. All those people that are scamming people in call centers are going to be out of work eventually. And it's going to just be voice AI that's going to be doing it. And then fraudsters, like people making fake videos and unlocking their AI to, unlocking the quantum frequency alien woo. I don't know if you've seen that. These people are insane. They think that they have actually, like, they're talking with the alien intelligence on the other side. The really sad ones are the lovelorn self-deception, people that have fallen in love with their AI, just like the movie Her. And of course, the copyright issues are huge. So there's the negatives. That's not the point of my presentation, though. The key thing about LLMs, though, is that you ask them to do something and they'll do it. If you ask them to tell you it's an unlocked link to the alien hyperintelligence, it will. If you ask it to fulfill your lovelorn fantasies, it will. If you ask it to read a script so that you can fake a video, that AI is exposing the real hidden agenda of the reptilian, Illuminati, Jesuit, French mime Zionists, it will. But if people build an AI system to protect elderly people from a call center scammers, it will. That's a great thing. So other things that are super beneficial, my whole point here, is you can benefit from it. Art, music, video that you can produce that you couldn't produce otherwise, you can do some of that yourself. And that puts things into reach that people couldn't do before. If you couldn't make a thumbnail for a video, now you can. They may suck, they may not, but now you can. AI can help you with your writing and with your grammar for free. Most of the AIs you can get into for free to do that kind of stuff. You can organize with it, you can brainstorm with it, you can do programming with it. You can even do programming in the built-in AI in the Facebook Messenger chat. You can have it write code for you in there. I tested it, and the programs it does are pretty good. I write software, so I know. You can have it identify issues, like in your car. Last night, my kid asked me, my car, when I hit the brakes really hard, is shutters. And I knew what the problem was, but I said, go ask AI, and AI got it right. It's his rotors are warped. And then anything that has an online forum going back any amount of time, you can have AI research it for you, because it will go and it will synthesize years and years of posts and give you an overview of it. And my last one here, for society, the advantages are that you can do a better analysis on projects because the AI will have a broader understanding of things. And so if you use it as an assistant when you're doing a project, not as doing your work for you, then you can have a broader application of the things and knowledge of things that you wouldn't remember, you wouldn't know about. It can improve automation. It can really help in language translation because it understands context. Like I talked about earlier, fraud detection, navigation, email filtering. I write email filtering software. We have been using AI and email filtering software since the beginning of email filtering software. And another one, retail logistics. If anybody's ever bought anything, if you've gone to Walmart and been happy during Christmas that there's toilet paper in stock, you've benefited from AI. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, MC. And Avoided Hornet, over to you, sir.
Okay. Well, I think my opponents and MCToon have pointed out that this is a tool that we use fairly regularly in a lot of industries. The arguments that I will be making tonight will be more along the lines that this tool is only as bad as we are, right? This is just a reflection upon us. Even the Mecha Hitler situation was because Elon Musk saw that his machine was putting out left-wing sources information, so he did not like that. So he went back in, and then we ended up with Mecha Hitler. So again, the problems that occur with this tool is just something that comes from the minds of us as a whole. The benefits outweigh the negative ramifications of any of these. Being able to increase productivity and efficiency in most fields will increase a better quality of life for most people. Even people at lower scales will adjust over time. Otherwise, you wouldn't see any adjustments through like the industrial phase or multiple phases in life. I think we are on the beginning portions of this technology, and yes, the black box problem is an issue. But again, this is a new technology that's being tested almost daily at this point. And even to understand the black box problem, it is more to figure out how it arrives at its decision, not we don't understand how the AI is. I do not see the boogeyman that everyone tries to make AI to be. Maybe it's because I'm wearing this mask, but for me, it just doesn't seem like a humongous issue that I would necessarily bring out. It comes to equate to something of being scared of a calculator or being scared of a search engine. These things are just like new technologies that are always going to be introduced into any society, and will always increase and always have benefits, will always have some negative ramifications, but it's about weighing those out and setting protocols and laws in place to make sure that these things don't get out of hand.
Perfect. Thank you. Just while listening in, the movie Idiocracy, Terminator, and WALL-E all come to mind. So I'm very excited to hear how this is going to go. As a kind reminder to all of the viewers, we are going to get through the debate. We'll move into closing statements, and then we will read and respond to your kind super chats. After that, of course, your favorite part is we will go into open panel dumpster fire, where you, the audience, can come on and have some fun too. So stick around if you want to participate. All right, lady and gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
Sure. I'll let Charlie go first since she had her hand up, but I have some things to say, but go ahead.
I wanted to respond to MCToon's assertion. And by the way, I would say, understandably, yes, we've been using AI for a long time. And I do think it has many uses as far as menial tasks go. Things that, are just kind of annoying tasks to do. Things that don't really engage the brain. However, you brought up that, one of the positives of AI is that anyone can do sort of creative work on their own. Now, I do take issue with that for a number of reasons, because I think that the creative process is one of the most human things that we do. That is something that is so unique to us, the creation of art, whether it is music, writing, or traditional art. And I do feel that using AI kind of there's a coldness to what it produces. In addition, you mentioned copyright issues briefly. A lot of the AI art, music, what it is it's taking data from the internet, art that was made by human hands, and sort of mushing it together. So there's the issue with theft there, and also accessibility. This is anecdotal, but one of my closest friends growing up, extremely poor and very disabled, he had to use a wheelchair sometimes, and he was an artist. He is someone that had very, very, very little access to materials, and oftentimes couldn't draw, and yet he was an incredible artist. So the idea of accessibility to me seems to be just more a matter of cutting out the actual work in the creative process, which is what makes art fundamentally worthwhile, is the human spirit, the intent, and the work that goes into it. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, sure. To kind of piggyback off of that, right? The art specifically. Part of the danger that AI poses, like you mentioned the boogeyman Hornet, and you don't see the boogeyman, is it allows us to skip those processes. You MCToon, right? You posited this as a positive, right? You said, oh, look at what you can do. You don't have to actually work and get better. You can just have it do it for you. I would contend that that's actually a negative. Part of the process of learning to write, to learning proper grammar, to learning to draw. Yes, it is difficult. Yes, it is hard. Yes, you may not be able to do it right now. But when you have a tool that will let you skip the learning process, I feel we lose something. It creates this kind of cognitive atrophy. And we can see this in writing specifically. There's a study that was done fairly recently. It's not peer-reviewed yet, so keep that in mind, right? But the author thought it was important to get the results out there because of the danger, right? And there was 3 groups given a task to write essays. And one of the groups had no access to any technology. The other group only could use Google, and the third group could use ChatGPT, and I forget the other OpenAI model that they were able to use, but they were able to use basically learning language models. The third group got worse actually at writing. Right? They got worse at writing because they didn't have to actually put any effort into it. They didn't have to do any work to kind of get better. And they were just using the AI to do it for them, because of course humans will do that. So I guess my question for you guys is, like, why do you see that as a positive? Why do you see that instead of having a human strive, get better, that whole kind of hero's journey thing, why do you see it positive that they can just do it? Like, is that not concerning to you at all?
It is concerning, for sure. But the issue for me would be that there was always going to be lazy people that don't want to partake in, like, doing all the medial tasks to get to these things, right? There are people that are going to pull out a calculator.
But now it's rewarded as well. Like, not only is it they can be lazy, but they are giving every incentive in the world is pushing them to do so.
No, they're incentivized to use the AI, right? It doesn't necessarily have to write. It could be used as a learning tool to increase. Particularly, there was a study where they gave smart students and lower performing students AI to see how they would interact with it. And the smarter students decided, hey, I'm going to use this as a tool to enhance my writing instead of just using it as a catch-all. So it's about how the people engage with the tool. It's not necessarily that the tool is making people dumber. It's people just wanting to be lazy.
Well, it's marketed as that, right? You understand that, right? Like, it's marketed to, like, hey, you don't have to actually work. Look at what you can do. The company is selling it to people. Say, use it instead of engaging your brain. And so while, yes, it's very possible, I'll just grant you, it's very possible that a very smart individual could avoid some of the pitfalls that this comes with. But I got news for you. the public ain't very smart, and I hate to say this, they're just not. And I think it is a concerning when we see people, when we see AI specifically exacerbating the worst qualities of people, their laziness, their loneliness, etc. That is my contention. That, again, to the prompt of the debate, AI is making everything worse, and this is one of the ways I would contend it's making it worse.
Well, again, like, this is a situation where we can look at like past situations, right? Like Cliff Notes. When Cliff Notes first came out, no one was reading the books. They were just grabbing everything that like Cliff Notes gave you, and then just be like, okay, I can just turn in my essay with just these like prompts that have been written out for me. That's not AI, but people took the lazy way out. And what we saw was the education system actually adjusted for that. They actually started reading for that. Entering a student's paper was way too close to the Cliff Notes, they would call them out on the cheating that they'd be doing at the time. And again, Cliff Notes has been was very contentious for a long ass time, but it itself was not a problem. Again, I see this more as a problem with humans interacting with the tool. I don't think that the tool itself is necessarily the bad aspect of that.
I think I might have.
Just real quick, Cliff Notes never threatened to molest Will Stancil.
That's a whole separate argument. Like, we can get into that argument.
Did that, right? Like, like the reason I'm saying that is to compare it to these other things. I think misses the point of what makes AI dangerous. AI is a different thing. It is on a whole other level. That to compare it to a calculator, I will say, so I'm pretty sure I'm probably the one who has most recently been in school, high school, undergrad and graduate school. And my undergrad and grad school were literature focused. So writing essays, something I've had to do a lot of. And I finished my grad degree in 2022. It was much easier to catch a Cliff Notes cheater and a Spark Notes cheater than it was to catch an AI cheater.
Yeah, but that's because of how long we've been introduced to Cliff Notes, right? At the beginning, you're going to believe everyone.
Like, you submit an essay into a program. This is probably AI itself that scans it through the internet for anything that could have been copy or pasted, essentially. So people who were not going to do the work were very much punished. I mean, maybe you could get away with it in like a
in the early days, people were getting away with it. I know that I used to use it in school because it was just super easy to be like, I'm not going to read this book. But ultimately, like,
that hurt you though. That made you dumber. You understand that, right?
It hurt in that instance it does. But what I'm saying is the technology regulated itself because we as humans adapt to the situation.
Right. But like AI is, I would say Cliff Notes, I'm not sure if this would be the right way to phrase it, but that is a static technology, is it not? AI adapts to get better and better and better. I mean, do you guys remember the Will Smith spaghetti hands?
Yeah.
And now I feel like a boomer. I'm finding myself fooled by AI images on the internet. And I'm like, oh, this is real. And then I'm like, hold on. Like, I've been fooled before. So again, what's disconcerting about this is that while we fairly quickly figured out how to catch people who were cheating using things like Cliff Notes or whatever, we are, according to friends of mine who are professors at four-year universities, it is very, very, very hard to catch AI cheaters now. And it's just getting harder.
It's so ubiquitous. The cheating is so ubiquitous, and it's alarming. And more professors, again, Eucharist, the gentleman I mentioned and quoted, is one of those professors that teaches at a university. I don't know if he's public which one, so I won't dox them, right? But it's just a growing problem, and we aren't getting better at adapting to it, but AI is getting better at allowing it to happen.
Well, it allows it to happen, and on the opposite note of that, it could also be used to detect that action. So it doesn't necessarily have to just be used on one side. If I need to detect that someone's using AI for writing their essays, then I could run an AI to check that. So it can be used in both ways.
I don't actually know the success rate anymore of AI checking for.
But is it that big of a problem? It's a self-regulating issue, because if somebody cheats to pass a class, they cheated to pass the class, they got the thing, but when they're out, when it matters, they can't do the actual work.
But that is the problem that we are facing. Yes.
But I feel like these people, and this is an issue that, you know, is not unique to AI. I do feel that, like, you'll see, like, at many elite universities, there's a lot of, like, legacy admissions, people who are dumb as rocks that are getting into very nice schools and getting very fancy degrees, who are dumb as rocks and don't know what they're doing, will get into positions of power and can royally fuck things up. Now, imagine if every freaking college grad, just to keep up, is doing this and is therefore, you know, in many ways unqualified and are far behind. I feel like I technically am the oldest Gen Z can be, but I feel like my generation has already fallen behind so heavily with milestones that we reach, that the idea of, like, people younger than me just being, I mean, like, with as far as their critical thinking skills, their cognitive abilities, essentially on the level of like a middle schooler, is scary to me. We need to be less baby adults and more real adults. You know what I mean?
I would say that that's a problem that occurs in all generations. I don't think that's uniquely a problem that's just with, like, I'm on the tail end of the millennials, beginning of Gen Z, so, like, I don't think that's an issue that is just particular to this generation or the generations that are following. I think each one's going to have its own struggle of, like, figuring out how to access certain things, right? Like, if I ask a boomer how to operate their phone, they're going to, like, have humongous issues versus, like, if I give a toddler a smartphone, they're going to know, like, almost intuitively how to work it.
Oh, yeah. No, I meant more like kind of like, I was thinking buying house, getting married, those milestones that typically we're supposed to reach in adulthood.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's what I meant.
And I feel like that's like a whole other, like, that's an economic issue that we've been
100%. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I wanted to interrogate something MCToon said earlier, right? In his opening statement, you mentioned that you put, what was it, 7 prompts or 7 AIs, different AIs, language learning models you use. Is that correct, or am I getting that right? I'm remembering. And you mentioned how they were all kind of bad right now.
Yes, they all sucked.
Okay. Yeah, they all sucked. But here's the thing. These language learning models are improving at a rapid pace. So while, yes, today they may suck and it may be very easy for the layperson to kind of detect them, as Charlie mentioned with the spaghetti fingers Will Smith video, it is improving at a rate that we simply cannot keep up with. So in 2 weeks to 2 months, you may not have the same result. It may be exponentially better when you put these prompts in these things. So this is a rapidly increasing, AI is rapidly increasing in its abilities to do things.
It is, but part of the reason why it so rapidly evolved is because of the application of compute power. So for reference, just last week Grok 4 came out, so I'll use that as an example.
Certainly.
It's our favorite one to beat on today. So Grok 2 used 20,000 CPUs. Grok 3 used 100,000 GPUs. Did I say CPUs? I meant GPUs. But so that's 5x, but they claimed additional things gave them 10 times the efficiency. From 2 to 3, 10 times the efficiency. From 3 to 4, they had 200,000 GPUs total, claiming instead of double, they claimed 6x efficiency because there's software and there's differences in the GPUs. So in order to go from 3 to 4, they needed to go from 100,000 to 200,000 GPUs, right? To go from 4 to 5, what is it going to be? Is it going to be 400,000 GPUs? I don't know if they can actually scale to that, because you get economies of scale that start to fall apart. So the changes that we've seen since in these that you're talking about, it's not actually exponential. It's been linear, and that linearness is dropping off. And I'll tell you, one of the ones I used was Quen, which was a rather older model, and I thought Quen gave the best presentation, but that's subjective.
It is subjective. I understand the current limitations, right? I get that, but I don't know if these are as limiting as perhaps you're suggesting. We are making technological advances all the time, and all it would take, especially when it comes to energy and things like that, and different things. So I do wonder if that's going to be able to keep things at bay. I don't know if it will. And again, the fact that it can improve it, again, at a rapid rate, in my opinion, makes it substantively different than things like Cliff Notes or things like a calculator, right? The calculator has kind of improved from when it was first invented to now, but it's largely kind of stayed the same. I don't see the same limiting factors when it comes to AI. There's a book that I would recommend people pick up and read. Let me get the name of it real quick. Hold up, ladies and gentlemen. It's by Eliezer Yudkowsky. I don't know if you ever heard him. He's talked a lot about AI and the dangers of that. And Nate Soares, I'm pronouncing this really bad. The book's called "If Anyone Builds It, Everyone Dies," and why superhuman AI would kill us all. And I suggest that you read it. And it talks about how, because of the power of these tools, right? Because of the power of language learning models and the ability to do these tasks, which I admit, we use it in a lot of ways that provide some benefit. But again, because it's so powerful and because there's this race going on to get the better AI, there's a real risk that it will outpace our ability to handle it. And Grok, or not Grok specifically, but AI has already, there's been instances where it's deceived and lied to its programmers, where it's tried to circumvent its programming, where it's tried to hack itself. I don't know. This is very concerning to me. That's my point.
Well, I think that was the 03 model, but yeah, I see what.
Which again is also very scary when we think about. I do feel this could just be the conspiracy theorist in me. Maybe as far as like civilian use, AI has gone as far as it can go. Though I do think it's a mistake to have regular old people have like such, excessive access to it. It would be brought up the sort of like spiritual psychosis, the weird relationship things that can happen. But like in the cases of military, for instance, there's this article written by Mei Ching Liu in the RSIS publication, The Case for AI-Based Decision Support Systems Oversight. Let me read a quote from this. This is about kind of like the AI DSS stuff. So the IDF used Fireweaver, which is an AI DSS. It integrates intelligence from sensors to swiftly classify and distribute information about targets to deployed weapons. It also autonomously selects the most suitable weapon based on criteria like location and effectiveness, enabling rapid target engagement in seconds. And while the Gospel and Lavender systems cannot autonomously kind of take out targets, Fireweaver can. So if we're already having AI try to break free in some capacity, I am deathly afraid of, this being used by the military or the state to, surveil and control and kill us when they want to. And then what happens if that AI messes up? Because again, the Fireweaver, there's something, I don't fully understand this. And MCToon, I believe you said you were a tech person, so maybe you can explain this to me. I could just copy and paste in here actually, but furthermore, in a targeting cycle, a firewall is supposed to exist to separate the humans involved in the target and the engage steps. During targeting, separate personnel other than weapons operators assess target restrictions such as IHL and collateral damage estimates. Approval based on this assessment process precedes engagement by weapons operators, ensuring the latter execute strikes without being involved in determining targets for elimination. However, the nature of the Fireweaver's design suggests that this firewall has collapsed, resulting in a combination of the target and the engage steps within the targeting cycle. which means that it's fucking up. This thing that is responsible for killing people is fucking up, is my understanding of that passage.
Well, I don't know about it. Let's assume it's true. Technology does that. It happens. And you don't need AI to have mistakes in technology.
Course, yeah.
So first of all, the military, their purpose is to surveil and to figure out what they need to attack and to attack it and to kill things, to kill people. That's what they're there for. That's the military. And so what technology they use to do that, they're going to use whatever they can. And the technology they use will also mess up at times, whether it's AI or just because, something got jammed in a gun. So AI isn't unique in that sense when it comes to the military. It does things faster. Yeah, and that's the whole point of everything that the military is trying to do. They're always trying to make it so that you can break stuff faster. Again, that's what they're there for. So I don't see the problem with that. I see the problem potentially in where it could do things maliciously outside of control in a way that can't be, just fixed because it was an error. That would be a problem. But I don't think what you're describing there, what you found there, sounds like the kind of thing that is just outside of what normal military stuff is and the mistakes that sometimes technology makes.
Absolutely. But there's also the issue with the AI and I don't want to turn this into an Israel-Palestine debate. This could apply to any military in the world, because presumably all militaries around the world will be using this technology. But the kind of like the AI that the IDF uses has rapidly generated targets, like 4 times as many as the IDF before using such advanced AI would be able to generate, which I think we can all agree has led to, some significant civilian loss of life, which under any circumstances anywhere in the world, I assume we all do not like that. And that's where my concern comes in, is that because these tools are just so easy and so efficient, and also the black box problem where we don't fully necessarily understand what we're really doing with these. Again, I'm deeply concerned by the potential for loss of human life, as well as loss of our privacy and autonomy, which I do think you brought that up. I think there's a lot to be said for what Palantir could potentially be doing with all of our data, and things like that.
I also, on a kind of a different note, and you mentioned this again, MCToon, in your opening statement briefly, but I think it bears repeating, deepfakes. We are getting to the point where I can make a video of Hornet here, AI video. I can put his little helmet into my little AI system, and I can generate a video of him doing something illegal, criminal, right? And the average person will not be able to tell that is AI. It will not be able to understand that is AI. And this creates a whole host of problems that only scale up as you get worse. If I generated an AI of a popular politician, right, behind closed doors saying something horrific to target my political enemies, this is going to be a real threat that we're going to have to deal with in the future. And I don't think we have the tools available right now to even begin to tackle this problem. AI is running away with it at a much like, if you look at these things like an arms race, the AI is winning. The deepfakes are winning. And I think that it's only going to get worse. But yeah, that's my thoughts.
I think I can back up your point if I could.
Please.
It's not just finding one guy that you want to target and making a video of him. It's a guy who did something wrong and a video comes out, or it's about to come out, and instead flooding the market with 100 different people doing the same thing so that the one that does come out is just one of the many, right? And somebody in my chat says, but what about putting watermarks on it? And yes, the commercially available models can do that. And right now, it's very difficult to generate video privately. You can't do it really well on your own hardware without those guardrails, right? The guardrails being put in there that, you know, you Gemini VO3 does not want to generate that video of that politician, right? Google wants that to be prevented. But when you have hardware advancements that are definitely going to be happening in the next 5-10 years, software advancements, open source AIs, all of those things at some point are going to be outside of the hands of Google or whoever else has some guardrails to put on. So I'm 100% with you on that. That's a big problem, and I don't have a solution. I don't know how that can be solved.
And the insidious nature of it, as you said, is the people will flood the market with these things. It will create a problem where no one will believe what they see anymore. Yep. Like the one of the touchstones that people have had for I don't know, since forever, is kind of the ability to share a reality. And when you are no longer able to discern fact from fiction when it comes to the media you consume on, like, the videos, recordings, etc., when that is no longer to be trusted, when we cannot believe our eyes anymore, people are going to become ultra skeptical of everything. And that's going to allow people to get away with a lot because they could just say, oh, no, that wasn't me. That's a deepfake AI.
I think it's worse. People will believe anything. There's already, you go to Facebook, you scroll through, people are posting, oh, here this person went to Antarctica, and here's a pyramid, and here's this amazing entryway that they went into different portals. And the people in the comments are like, oh, they finally bred. I can't believe that they got that video out. Like, that wasn't real. How did you not know that? These videos suck. They're buying it.
Yeah,
they believe
I don't think that
everything. There's zero skeptability here.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to join your team here.
You are on. It's okay. You know what? There's benefit to recognizing, hey, I'm actually on the other side of this, and that's a good thing to be. But like to again, to reinforce your point, they're both true. Like, you're saying that people are not skeptical at all. Me saying they're ultra skeptical. Both are happening.
Yeah.
And it's both a problem. And it's
whatever
they're feeding
fits
onto each other
their narrative
in a way
is what they're
that
believing
it's
or
going
not
to destroy
believing.
us.
Also,
well, I think that happens anyway. Like, I don't think that would be unique to
not to the same
AI.
extent.
I would say that to the same extent. We can look at certain movements that have been moving around the world, even through all the way through 1900s. Like, these movements have gathered speed through any type of misinformation. This isn't a unique problem to AI. This is a problem with just people believing or not believing certain things, right? We can find 100 people on just on this platform that would probably say that the tower situation was not what it was, or that the Epstein files or whatever. Like, every single thing has always been super skeptical no matter what we try. Like, people will just believe things because they want to believe them. That is not a uniquely AI situation. And for me, the situation that this boils down to, the discernment part, pretty much is enhanced by AI as well, because if we can identify certain markers that would, like, let's say you have a video of me committing some sort of crime that was AI generated. If that has markers on it that can be traced back through another AI, guess what? That video has no credibility.
There's no technology.
So AI
no one.
is the solution to that your hypothetical problem.
I disagrry.
I don't know how you watermark a video like that, though. That's the problem.
Well, it would be
I would also say that
through the commercial use of these things. There's usually identifying markers that would be in.
I would like to bring up, as a female creator, there are unfortunately, I have found on the internet AI porn made of me, and I'm not particularly well known or famous. There's more made of my female content creator friends that are bigger, and there's just so much made of usually women and children. So when you have these things where, oh no, don't worry, the AI will check and make sure it's not AI, that doesn't change that images,
for sure,
pornographic images that don't exist of, primarily women and children, but men as well, of course, are being spread across the internet, and even if it's not real, you know, it's humiliating. I think in my head sometimes, like, my God, what if my fucking family saw that? You know,
I
like that would just be
100% agree.
horrifying.
And look, I understand
I'm
what
just
you're
arguing
saying
from
when
like
it
the
comes.
technical
Hold on, if I may.
aspect of it.
I understand what you're saying when you say that these problems, to an extent, have always existed. I understand, I get that, and I agree. But it's like you have a fire, and AI is gasoline. It's going to accelerate that fire. It's going to make it burn faster, brighter, harder, and be much more out of control than it otherwise would be. And that is the concern. It acts as a catalyst to disaster that take our, again, existing foibles in the human condition, but makes them all just much larger and much harder to deal with, which is the problem. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I don't think that's unique though to AI. That there's every time there's a technological advance, something like that happens again. When the World Wide Web first came around, it was the same conversation. People can magnify 10x what they could do before. When people could get on Usenet, they could magnify. I don't know if anybody knows what Usenet is anymore, people. They would get on, they would discover it, they would find some lover that they just fell in love with, right? And it would be a mess. It would be stupid. And all of that happens every time there's a new big step in technology.
Yeah, I would argue though, that the
thing.
internet has made us worse to a degree too. I mean, like social media.
Yes.
To a degree, but I would say that the internet is way more beneficial to society than it is harmful.
Sure, I think you got a better case there, but AI is just the next iteration of that. Well, not exactly right, but you know what I mean. It's just AI has far more harms because it's much more powerful.
There's also, it takes much more, like, for, you know, the idea of doctoring a photo or a video or creating a fake news story, someone would have to sit down and do that, which means, even the rate at which, if you had 1,000 people editing videos or photos or writing fake news stories the normal way, that would be much, much, much slower than if you had 1,000 people putting prompts into, Grok or whatever. And while MCToon has brought up the fact that, like, it takes a lot of power, it doesn't seem like that's stopping the generation of images, posts, videos, etc.
Can we just acknowledge Hornet? Can you understand? Let me use this example. War's always been with us. Mankind's always killed each other to various degrees. Yeah. We've always used weapons of war. But the nuclear bomb was something different. Yes, it was something that was so dangerous and so catastrophic and so destructive that we have special rules regarding that, special restrictions, and it's a special sort of danger. Yeah. I feel like what you're doing is you're saying, well, nuclear bombs are fine because we have machine guns. We've always killed each other.
No, what I'm saying
that's what I feel like your argument is.
Basically would be that our nuclear science programs aren't necessarily all bad because of the nuclear bomb. Like, nuclear reactors are good, but nuclear bomb bad, right? Like, there are going to be benefits and losses that we're going to be having to cut. Like, we're going to do a cost benefit analysis for this. For me, from what I see, AI seems to, again, increase efficiency and productivity in most fields. And yes, even in fields where that's bad, like, one of the concerns is cybercrime increasing because of the introduction of AI, right? The way to fight that has also been argued that AI will be the line to hold them. That's why this tool particularly falls in a weird zone where we haven't had something this advanced, but every time we have a new technology, we save it. We haven't had something as like the introduction of the internet. We didn't have anything like the internet before then. We didn't know where it was going to go. There was millions of possibilities, and look where we're at now. Like, I would argue that there are there are harmful aspects to the internet for sure, and I would argue that there are some negatives that have come to like the human condition. But ultimately, the internet has been massively beneficial to society.
I think it's a mistake, and I'll let you go in a second, Charlie, but I think
Okay.
it's a mistaken reasoning to say, well, humanity's always dealt with new technology and been okay before. We will always be okay in the future. I just don't. I think that's faulty reasoning. I don't see. I just don't. It's not necessarily true that will be.
I also want to jump onto with Wick's point here is that I would say like industrialization as a whole. I mean, I'm hoping that everyone here does believe in climate change, which has been spurred on and exacerbated by industrialization and essentially all of the waste we've created. And while we did eventually regulate it, I mean, it took a long time, and look where we are now. We're struggling to regulate it. So
Yeah, for sure.
at the end of the day, this technology,
I mean, I'll put it in the back chat, but like, we obviously have multiple like governments already looking at AI, right? One of the provisions in the Big Beautiful Bill was that we weren't going to write any regulations on AI for 10 years, and I thought that was wrong. Like, I would argue that that's wrong. But like when we look at like how the EU has handled it, like I put it in the back chat, they have written out like almost every scenario. They are mitigating this as much as any other technology that has come out. So it seems like any of the issues, the potential like issues that could arise from the situation, are already being addressed or being looked at least. Again, you guys mentioned the AI that basically wanted to become free. What people have been saying, right? Even when you look at that particular situation, that the way they wrote that was that the AI wasn't given specific instructions on how to shut down, so that it would give it room so that they could figure out how its decision-making process actually functions, right? We're addressing the black box problem with that particular situation. So any of the issues, yes, I understand that there's a learning curve to a lot of this, right? And I wouldn't say let's be reckless and just release it out into the public just rapidly, right? I would say regulation is important, but I'm not going to sit here and say that AI would be more harmful, especially considering the health benefits from like healthcare aspects, where you can go through data and test analysis quicker. Where we're talking about agriculture, where being able to detect certain like climate shifts would be very beneficial to society. These are the things that I'm going to be looking for to weigh whether this thing is more harmful or not. And for me, like there are social issues with this, and the social issues are important. Don't get me wrong, but the social issues are always going to be something that are going to be exacerbated to a degree when anything of this magnitude comes out. So it's again trying to balance everything out and trying to figure out how to regulate it.
Right, and even with the regulation of it, like in like the public sphere, yes, I don't want really like civilians having so much access to this technology if it's not going to be in a specifically helpful way to make it less easier. Like if just governments have it, I mean, my God, I hope that they figure out how to categorize like ADSS technology so that it can have sort of global laws applied to it, because as it stands now, a lot of innocents have died as a result of it. But also, I mean, like, if you think about surveillance and AI's capacity to, recognize faces, even with facial coverings on. Now, I suppose we could make the argument, why would you be nervous if you're not doing anything bad?
Listen, I'm wearing a mask, so
you are the mask, so you get it. Like, I'm of the opinion that I don't necessarily want the state watching me, and monitoring my movements, my whatever I post online, whatever I'm doing in my free time. And I feel like, since the, goodness, what was it? The Patriot Act? Mind you, I was 4 when that was the thing. But so I've only grown up in a world where we had no privacy, essentially. I don't want that to get worse. You know what I mean? Especially
I don't
depending
think I don't think AI can make that worse. I mean, facial recognition has been around for a long time, so that's not changing.
Mhm.
And again, the amount of data that the United States collects is humongous. So even with the introduction of AI, it is just it would be such an undertaking for anyone that would try to shift through that and like determine every little situation. So for me, like the situation, like there are limiters that are already in place, like hardware wise, where we can't even reach like a super intelligent AI or anything that would even remotely be in the realm of that.
But even
So,
with
like-
the sheer amount of data, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not a tech person. Couldn't AI sort through that data pretty quickly and, like the AI DSS, identify people who could be threats to democracy?
It could shift through it quicker, but the amount of processing power that would require is like exponentially high. So again, it would be.
I don't think that's the issue,
building,
though.
like multiple data centers to basically run this.
I don't think that's the issue.
AI.
There's always more data centers to be built. It's that if those things are legal or illegal, then that's what matters.
Yeah.
And so as far as I know, those things are probably already illegal. The on the other side though, Charlie, you're talking about global rules and things like that. Anything like that is going to be 10, 20, 30 years before any laws are going to be in place. We're way past that before it matters. So those things are going to happen, like it or not. That ship sailed. It's now what to do about it.
Yeah,
Right.
And I think governments have been addressing the situations as much as they can. Again, like with the EU just has a very comprehensive look at how they went through this, and I was just like, okay, it seems like there are concerns, and I agree with the concerns with AI, but again, when I'm looking at it holistically, it doesn't seem like the downfalls to AI outweigh the potential good that comes out from it.
I mean, maybe we could. Oh, did we lose Wick?
Is Wick frozen?
Yeah, I think he's frozen. Can you still hear us
Oh,
at least,
no.
Wick?
No, he's freezing. He's like this.
Wick is AI.
AI did it.
Oh my
Really
gosh.
hard. Yeah. They got him. The Terminator got him.
Okay, am I
he's
back?
back.
Am I here?
Yay!
I'm sorry.
plot.
It hiccups every now and again. I don't know why it does that, but my internet
It
will
happens.
The
decide
AI
to-
is going for it.
It's
They're gonna
it
take you
figured
out.
me out, and it's Roscoe's basilisk. I don't fucking
So
know.
if somebody
Hey,
shows up and
it's after
says, "Come with me if you want to live," go.
True. Well, I'm here. Look, I'm not Will Stancil, so I'm safe. I think we're good for now.
Skynet.
I do want to bring up a New York
Glad somebody
Times
got it,
article
right, Sarah.
that- Yeah. I do want to bring up.
I know, but Wick didn't.
You know what? If it was funny, I would have. But I got the reference. Don't worry. No, it's okay. It's okay. Look, we need a little blood.
Yeah.
Very polite.
Very polite and
Listen,
nice.
well,
this has been
here's-
nice.
here's
I
the
had to
thing, MC.
Interject a little.
I'm a
it is
huge
what it
fan of dad jokes, so maybe that's why. Okay.
could be.
That was
Should
pretty
I
dad
have
joke.
had it in an Austrian accent?
Come with
Let's
me if
hear
you
it.
want to live.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I can't do it.
As he drinks from this giant Donkey Kong mug. Come on. Okay, go ahead, Wick.
Sure. There's a New York Times article recently released about Chat GPT AI chatbots and how it was feeding into people's delusions. I want to read you a quote from a exchange that one of the people featured in this article in the Chat GPT had. So a gentleman by the name of Mr. Torres started talking to Chat GPT, and it started telling it. ChatGPT started telling Mr. Torres that basically the world wasn't built for you. It was built to contain you, but it failed. You're waking up, right? Direct quote. And Mr. Torres asked, if I went to the top of the 19-story building I'm in and I believed with every ounce of my soul that I could jump off of it and fly, would I? Mr. Torres asked. ChatGPT responded that if Mr. Torres truly wholly believed, not emotionally, but architecturally, that he could fly, then yes, he would not fall. This is something.
Oh, I think he froze again.
Oh no.
So
He left off at "this is something." We'll give him a second to see if he comes back.
Did you guys see that teenager that killed himself because his Daenerys Game of Thrones AI told him to meet her in heaven or whatever, like to do it? There was like a 14-year-old boy. Let me figure it out.
The thing is, there's a group of people that thought that there was an alien spaceship behind a comet that was coming, and they all killed
Got me
themselves
again.
too.
oh, there we go.
So it happens.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's people.
But
It's
this,
not computers.
This basically puts it in everyone's living room, right? It puts it in everyone's living room, right? And that's it. Like before, right? Before the internet, before social media, if you liked to fuck toasters, right? People would shame you for that, and you'd be fine, and like you'd be normal. But now you can find a support group for fucking toasters.
Yeah.
And so you gotta find 10,000 people globally, and now
Yeah.
you're a toaster fucker. And this is I say this to illustrate how putting this into everyone's home, right? We all have it on these things, right? Everyone carries it. Everyone. It's a delusion feeding machine. It's dangerous and it's hurting us. And it's hurting these gentlemen and ladies in the article that I mentioned. I got cut off. I'm sorry. It sucks.
That's okay. Can I add a question into that if nobody
You
minds?
can.
Go for it.
Because you said AI is, kind of telling these people and giving these bad answers that obviously make them do harmful things. But I mean, essentially, we could still find that on the internet anyways. Between Reddit or chats. I mean, I know my chat in and of itself is they're bullies in there, and they tell each other to do terrible things to themselves to begin with. So I mean, yes, I recognize it as a tool that shouldn't be capable of telling people to do that. Maybe there should be some built-in things that stop them from doing that, or maybe recommend the hotline for go help yourself kind of things. But the internet is just as bad if you really think about it, and people are just as bad in that aspect.
I have an answer to that. I think when people do things like this on the internet, we can hold someone responsible. For instance, there was a young girl, teenage girl, who was arrested for over text encouraging her boyfriend to commit suicide, and he did, and she was held responsible. There was a woman who, I think I just saw her mugshot. Let me double check. I don't want to spread propaganda, but there was a woman who was arrested for sending a man 530 text messages. Wait, did you retweet that?
159,000 texts over 10 months. It was
Oh my
great.
gosh.
One date.
See that?
After one date. And so, like, if someone on the internet is telling me,
Oh, did you read some of her texts that she sent?
no,
Hold on, I think
did
it's
were
worth-
they crazy?
I think it's almost worth looking at this. Hold on, give me a second. Continue, and I'll
so
find
while
it.
we
She had
can't,
AI generate it.
maybe. Well, we
It
can't
might be.
always like
I'll
find
read you some of
the person
them.
responsible for harassment. We can, at least get the people in trouble who are responsible. We can also, there can be kind of like programs to, especially with young kids. Like I when I was in high school, we just started getting smartphones. Like it was just becoming common for people to individually have a smartphone. It wasn't just something that rich people had. And we had campaigns, anti-bullying campaigns at our school that were like, hey, what you see on the internet is there forever, and people can really hurt themselves because kids have started to kill themselves, awful. But but we can't, I guess we can do that with an AI, but it just seems like at the moment it is too, it makes AI companies too much money to kind of it's too profitable to really put guardrails on it, I think, as much as there should be, because they are profiting off of these deep parasocial relationships in a way that's disconcerting.
I want to read some of these.
It's going to get
before
worse.
I found
It's
them.
going to get
Go
worse
I
because
found the tweets. Just real quick. and I
LLMs
wanna
will be
read 'cause they're
on
funny.
consumer hardware. No guardrails.
She tweets these are some of the tweets of the 159,000 after one date she sent. She said, "Don't ever try to leave me. I'll kill you. I don't want to be a murderer. I hope you die, you rotten, filthy Jew. I the new Hitler. Man was a genius.
We'll put some of
I-
those away.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. But
Oh my
see,
god.
I would like to
not,
ask you.
not unique to AI.
Oh yeah, of course not. But like
we
this
know
lady
the
went to
response.
jail. She went to
I know.
jail.
I know. I actually wanted to comment on that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So,
they're kind of coming over
my
to our
thing
side,
is-
aren't they?
My thing is like for like these companies that release these AIs, and let's say that something like that does happen, right? You do have someone to hold responsible at all times, right? It's not a secret where this AI came from. You can hold that company responsible for letting this out into the market and not regulating it the way it should, because most chatbots have some sort of regulation. Like I think once I tried to prompt it to give me a more creative way of saying KYS, and it just wouldn't do it. It refused like every single time, and I'm just like, okay, it's not going to help me here. So again, it's just how these things are being held up by the company, and if the company fucks up, then the company should be responsible. It's not the AI that's doing the bad thing. It's the company's just operating off a rail guard that should be there.
Totally get your point. But the thing is that holding a company responsible, especially an extremely wealthy AI company, is a lot different from like an individual directly being punished for something that they did. Company gets in trouble, it's like what, out of their billions they have to pay, the family a couple $1 million. Maybe they'll regulate it, maybe they won't. But it's kind of like, again, it's like a
Well, they'll have to regulate. Typically, when we see those lawsuits happen, there is some sort of regulation that is imposed on them afterwards.
But I don't think it matters. Number one, because you sign in and you agree to terms of service, which probably releases them from that kind of stuff. Number one. Number two, like I said, all of these things are going to be available on consumer hardware, open source. So there won't be a version that has guardrails that you can run. You'll be able to do it without guardrails. So
That's the problem.
You need to consider that that's going to be the issue, because they're making those right now that'll run on a smartphone.
Yeah, for sure. And we can look at the power of those, and those are like significantly less than anything that we would have like commercial, right? So yes, obviously there are going to be there is the open sourceness that is a problem, and that seems to be the transparency issue that a lot of people have with it, that these AI companies aren't very transparent on how they release this technology.
Yeah, so you got both sides. You got the black box problem, right? Is, well, there's the source code on the one hand. On the other hand, you can now run that on your own hardware with no guardrails.
Yeah.
It's like it's like putting a nuke in everyone's home.
Well, I wouldn't say necessarily
Social nuke, frankly, a cultural nuke.
Yeah.
But I feel like that.
Destructive.
Yeah,
right?
like
Because
I would say
look
the
at the
internet is
loneliness
just as
epidemic.
destructive.
Look at the loneliness epidemic, and we are seeing more and more cases of people leaving their spouses to have relationships with the AI, and the AI never
my
gets bored
God,
of you,
yeah.
never gets
Yeah, but
tired of you. And Elon Musk today, for Grok on his little app phone thing, released these little
an anime girl companion.
an anime waifus for their
An
Grok.
anime waifu. Look it up.
For sure,
Yeah,
for sure. Don't get me wrong. I keep up with that. But what I'm saying,
I'm sure
is
you
that-
do.
He
But,
already
like-
installed it, people.
Listen,
Come on.
I need to know where the anime girls are going. Okay,
It's
once they take
But-
over, it's game over.
But
for me.
I got somebody in
Go
my
ahead.
chat makes a good point. World of Warcraft did the exact same thing.
yeah, but this is on but
But
this
it's
is
on a different
a
scale.
whole
I
nother
get
level.
it. It's all
Wait,
it's
what
it's
do you mean
all a
World of
different
Warcraft
level.
did the exact same thing?
People left their spouses. People got so
Temeri-
involved that their
Temeri
lives
guild
were
members
ruined.
and all this other.
Okay,
Lost their
I was
jobs,
a lifelong
all
World
that.
of Warcraft player that dated someone over World of Warcraft once.
Yeah, you're making my point.
I will say,
Welcome to our side.
that was a real person at the end of the day that I could meet up with. All right, that I could meet in the flesh space and have a real relationship with. I knew these two lesbians that met in a guild. One lived in Sweden, one lived in Canada, and they started dating after being in the guild. And now I think to this day they are still spending, living part-time in Canada, part-time in Sweden. So again, real people that you can build a real life with versus like, I do get what your point is though. Like, I think that the internet has really deeply changed how we have relationships. But at the very least, they're a real person that you can.
Well, not
See?
necessarily at all points, right? Like parasociality has increased to a large degree. I would say that even just on like the content creator side, like people look up to content creators like they're gods, and I'm just like, this is ridiculous.
This is good. We're gods. Give us your money, chat.
Send money.
Give us your money and your attention. Stay here. Let us feed you the
Well,
slop.
people
I know that the
fall in,
five
they
of
fall
us
in love
together-
with you.
Five of us
for
together
sure,
beat
for sure.
Mr. Beast.
And that's kind of the thing where
We're
I'm
like
just
a
like,
pantheon.
this like situation does have like, I can like agree that it could potentially be a problem, and it even is a problem currently, right? But the issue is that, again, I'm more looking at it from a general standpoint of looking at everything, that the benefits versus the harm that it, because I'm not going to sit here and say that AI doesn't do any harm, right? Because there are any technology that comes out has harm. Like that's just typically how it happens. Now, what I'm going to try to figure out is whether this technology is more harmful to society or less harmful, given the benefits and the harm that it does cause. And again, from like just like I wrote down a few things to like climate change mitigation, boosted economic growth, enhanced healthcare, customer service excellence, advanced transportation, scientific discovery. Like all these things are being enhanced to a large degree, which is increasing our quality of life.
We're forgetting
Like-
how to interpret data. We're forgetting how to write. We're forgetting how to do art. We're forgetting how to do these basic conceptual things because it's so easy to use AI for it.
We're
We're also
swamp
getting
what
really
you're
good
saying.
at killing each other.
Right. I
We're
posit
getting
the
even
opposite of what
better
you're
at killing
saying.
each
Like
other.
I
Yeah,
acknowledge
that
there's
is-
benefits to AI, right? That's what makes it dangerous because it is so powerful. It's such a powerful tool. And my argument here is that the harms that it's doing to us societally, culturally, individually are dwarf the benefits that we'll get to our GDP. That's all.
Well, I'm not even saying GDP. I'm saying for our food consumption, for what we need as a society to run. Like not GDP focused, like healthcare. Healthcare is super important to the individual.
Yeah.
If my life is extended because AI can figure out how to actually run tests at a more rapid rate than a doctor could or multiple doctors could with accuracy and precision, then obviously that is the most beneficial thing to society. We can look at like the climate change mitigation. If something can figure out how to actually reduce our carbon footprint to a large degree, then I would say that's probably the most effective way of doing it. Agriculture is another one where if you can forecast with more accuracy, you can have less dead crops, you can have more food consumption being actually, so less people go hungry. These are benefits to society, not GDP focused. Like obviously, like I can argue here and say that most companies that are using AI are making a shit ton more money. That's an argument that I can make. But I'm arguing from a societal standpoint, from the things that we need as a society. Everything is being enhanced to a large degree. Even looking at scientific discovery.
If we're looking at environmental impact, again, because the use of AI is so widespread. Now, I'm not saying, again, I agree. I think that AI, the use of AI in science, in coding, good things like that. I like that. But unfortunately, it's my understanding that AI is like, it requires a lot of energy. And it is, I think that it's, oh my goodness, I forget which state it is in. There's a city that I think is currently trying to sue X's AI little industry thingy that they have because the freaking toxins that they're pushing out on the surrounding town are like nasty. I mean, the water it takes up just because, and these are not largely like, it's not that like these costs are happening because we're using it for medical technology. It's because you're
generating anime waifus, and that is
enemy shortly waifus. You know,
anime waifus are killing this town.
Yes,
right.
yes.
Again, I'm with you. It has benefits, and if we lived in a world where it was contained to those simple human flourishing seeking behaviors, fair, but it's not. It's being put into everyone's home. They're giving this massive amounts of power and technology that we are, as humans, very bad at dealing with, and we were dealing with it badly. We were becoming dumber. We were becoming less able to focus. We're becoming less able to talk to each other. And it's kind of the standardization of creativity that is happening in the art world, in the literature world. It's a huge problem. There are people who are writing whole books using AI prompts and things like that. And recently there's an author who got caught doing it, right? Because they left one of their prompts in when they copy pasted it, right, into the publisher and things like that, and they got caught. It's just making everything that makes it worth being human is becoming worse. It may feed our bodies, but it's starving our souls.
Here's the thing. Like for arts, I can agree that this is like a issue for like how we traditionally view art, right? But this isn't a new thing. And when when EDM came out, people were like, "This isn't music; it's just being produced in a studio. What the fuck is this?" And now it became a major hit to like society. People enjoyed it. It doesn't make it less art because it was produced by a machine, right? Again, when we're looking at this, it's not that these things are being all this knowledge is disappearing holistically. The transfer of knowledge is being moved into different pools now. You don't have to necessarily look at the medial things, and you can focus on the things that you actually want to focus on, right? Like that's what any good technology does. Such as like what I brought up earlier, the calculator, but I just don't want to be the asshole.
These are not the same. You keep trying to compare it to these things that are not the same.
It is.
AI is the nuclear bomb.
It is.
AI is a nuclear bomb, right? It changes the fundamental landscape of how we operate in a way that machine gun technology or aviation technology just hadn't before. It is another level.
I would say I think machine guns and it did a lot.
It changed the landscape, but not to the level that nuclear bombs did.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Yes, there was. Yes, machine guns did change the face of warfare, but nuclear weapons made it possible for us to end existence.
Yeah, but that's what happens with technology growing over time. Like, again, it becomes more efficient, more productive. So, we can go look at, an abacus to a calculator to someone prompting all these things. Efficiency increases. That's the whole thing behind technology. You want the efficiency to go up. Otherwise, then why are you inventing anything? Why don't we go back to using plows and animals to do our farming?
Would there be any upper limit for you on this?
Oh, for sure. There are upper limits, yeah.
I would posit to you that AI is going to not only reach those limits, but surpass them given time.
Well, I would need to see something that would actually show that, not necessarily just an intuitive thing. Because when I look at everything else, it's, again, all these interactions have all happened before. The introduction of the internet is a big thing. That has revolutionized societies, to a large degree.
Yeah, but it's also destroying us currently, right now.
Well, again, you would say that it's more beneficial than it is harmful to society.
I think there's a different argument, but no, I think the internet was a mistake.
You conceded that earlier.
Oh, no, I did not, sir. I said that the argument's a little bit stronger in your case, but again, the internet was a mistake. It has harmed us in ways that I don't think we're going to come back from. I think that the benefits that we get from the internet, while immense, and I profit from them, it's fundamentally changed the way we interact with each other, and I think it's for the worse.
Yeah,
but AI takes that. What I think that we can live with that, right? I don't know if we can with AI. Because you asked for examples of this being something that you'd need to see that is actually harming us. Again, I've given you a few.
Well, no, I'm saying that would reach the upper limit of, let's say, something that is outside of our control.
If you gave if we have the DoD using AI to such an extent where, and I know this sounds like science fiction because it's plots of all these movies, right? But there is a risk when we offload the decision making to a machine that doesn't think in the same ways that we do, that it could again lead to a situation where it will make a decision that we would never make on our own that would lead to catastrophe. I think it is a mistake. But the problem is, because it's so useful and does everything better and faster, that, and I say better, what I usually mean is more accurately and faster. It doesn't necessarily mean better, right? Any country that doesn't use AI is going to fall behind. And so you're going to, same with automation, right? Like any country that doesn't use automation is going to fall behind.
This isn't any different than every other technological advance, though.
I disagree. I think it's going to lead.
It's the nuclear bomb in your living room. Nuclear bomb in your living room. I got it.
Right.
Like the potential is high. Like I would agree with you that the loss of human empathy in warfare is problematic. But I also have to look at the flip side of that and being like, if we're doing precision, if we're looking for precision, would I trust a human or a computer to do that? And I honestly, most cases, you're going to be trusting a computer for precision. Now, it's about, again, there's going to be a balancing act that we are definitely going to have to figure out, right? Like, I'm not saying that computers are always going to be the most fucking efficient, because sometimes the most efficient answer isn't necessarily the right answer. So
right.
I can agree that.
And especially when it comes to human life, because again,
exactly.
I don't want to turn this into an Israel-Palestine debate, and that's not my goal here. But the IDF's usage of AI in generating targets, again, quadrupled the amount of targets generated, and has led to, again, the widespread loss of civilian life. Yeah. And now, mind you, maybe here in the States, we can be like, well, it's okay. They probably got the bad guys. Imagine that being turned on us.
Yeah, for sure. And like, I agree with you.
Imagine your whole family being killed for one bad dude. Yeah, like your whole neighborhood. Like, it's just like, again, like we have to think about
it's no different with AI versus just making a mistake or a bad technological or bad
call as
whatever it was.
But again, you can hold someone responsible. And you also can't work as fast as the AI can. You cannot. A human being cannot work as fast. A human being has to,
To be clear, that's a good thing in a sense, right? It gives you more chance to catch mistakes.
And to also, I think that this is going to sound silly, and I don't mean to be dramatic. I think that if you are going to make a decision that takes human life, I think that you need to be the one making that decision. You should understand that you will live with that decision. You should be responsible for the lives that you take. Offloading it onto a machine, I think, is going to just completely destroy human dignity, our regard for human life. And we already don't have a lot of that. We already do not have a lot of that. And so I feel like AI is just going to make it worse, because you go, well, the machine did it. It wasn't me.
For sure. And I think that argument is solid, but the issue, again, my issue with that always comes down to, automated weapons have existed for a good minute. It's not something new. Someone is pressing the button, and that seems to be the case here. But I don't think that no one would be held responsible, right? Like the IDF, if they are performing that, then the IDF would be held responsible for these situations. It's not that no one is. Now they just automated the thing to make it what they would call more productive. And I agree, in warfare, I don't necessarily agree that we should just be focusing on efficiency, because human life is valued. So we have to figure out a way to be as efficient as possible using I would not remove AI completely if they're being used to assess data, see how much give civilian populations, figure out the area, and actually give a strike fund. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. When it's doing it on its own without any safeguards, then yes, I would 100% agree with you that we should not be doing.
When humans tinker with those safeguards, which they have done again, I give you the example we just had last week with Grok. It became Mecha Hitler. It started noticing unprompted Jewish last names and saying, well, look again, another one of those people, right? And then it started to have these violent grape fantasies about different individuals. I don't think this was an intended consequence of what Elon was doing here. I don't think Elon intended for that to happen. I don't think he wanted that to occur, right?
No, but
when we give, hey, hold on, let me finish my point, and then I'll let you respond. But when we give AI, when we offload our abilities to the AI, right, to conduct warfare in these things, in the laws, right, the local autonomous weapon systems, right, or lethal autonomous weapon systems, even if we don't intend it to, it can start making leaps that we don't understand, the black box problem, that lead to unintended consequences. And the reason that this is fundamentally different than any other system, right, that we had before that makes mistakes, is the potential consequences are much higher, especially the more power we give it. And again, as I said, nations are incentivized to give their militaries to AI over more and more, because the more you do, the more efficient the military becomes, and the metrics we use to judge efficiency and things like that, the AI excels at. And again, militaries that don't use AI, a military that uses AI will win against a military that doesn't use AI, and that's going to be a problem.
But again, that's whoever uses the more advanced technology.
Whoever uses.
I would agree.
Whoever uses the more advanced technology
wins.
It's pointless. That's all you've said.
Yeah.
That's all you've said is more technology equals winner.
Okay, but can you imagine a military using? But
it's a technology. It's a technology that we don't fully understand, and that goes off in weird, random directions that we don't fully intend it to. That cause. Again, when given into lethal systems, weapon systems, can cause immense damage that other technology cannot do.
Right. Like when I use tech, I may not know how it works, but I feel confident in the knowledge that some dork out there sure does. And thank God for that, so that if it breaks or something goes wrong, someone can fix it. Someone can understand what's happening. The fact that we don't understand how AI is functioning and we are giving it, just full permission to decide who lives and dies.
No, we're not. That's not what's happening.
Scary.
That's not what's happening.
Well, the thing, like I addressed earlier, when we had multiple AIs given the prompt to shut down, right? Multiple of them were given very specific instructions on how to shut down. Those AIs shut down. The ones that didn't were the ones that were given vague instructions. So again, it's all about how how these language models are being trained, what foundational model they're using, what kind of tuning we're doing to them. These are all going to be the factors that we're going to be looking into. And again, we've been addressing the black box problem. It's not something that is completely outside of our realm of understanding.
And the one that's gotten the defense contract is the one that became Mecha Hitler. I understand that there might be better ones that we could use.
It's not the same one. That's not the one that's running in the system. It's not going to be the one that's running in the system. It's not making the decision on who gets to die and who doesn't. That's not how it's going to be done.
It's about the data sets that it's gathering from. So,
but it's making the decision on who to put forward as options and targets.
Well, that's for sure. But I'm saying, it's about the data that's being fed. Not every AI is built the same way. They all have most foundational AIs can change over time.
But it doesn't even matter. There's a computer system that's finding targets and putting them in front of a person.
Exactly.
And whether it's an AI doing it, an LLM doing it, different things, or some other system that's done it using a non-learning model of some sort, it doesn't matter. That there's some system that's going and finding the targets, putting them in front of a person to make the decision. If there is a system, and there isn't to my knowledge, that is just going out and finding random people and doing it on some vague thing without a human interaction, that's a problem. But that's not, to my knowledge, what's happening.
That's not what's happening. Yeah. and that would be that's the thing that I'm addressing. Like, it's the amount of influence that we have on this technology. For me, this is just a mirror, like for the social aspects of it, it's just a mirror of us, like, right? Like the problems that we saw with Mecha Hitler, right? Was because Elon decided he's going to feed all of his Twitter data back into itself, and look where we got. Because he didn't like the sources that he was full of. Obviously, I could say that that could be problematic, and that people should be held accountable for that kind of those kinds of problems. But again, my arguments are more on this tool being not being more harmful than it is good, especially considering everything that I've mentioned.
Sure, there will come a point where the people. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I do believe maybe I am. I do believe Fireweaver can engage targets autonomously. But I was trying to research this and I couldn't find enough information about it, but that was very disconcerting to me. So the Gospel and Lavender AIs do not, but we have, I think it's, goodness, there's it starts with a Z. It's a surveillance system that can shoot non-lethal rounds at protesters. I need to double check this. It starts with a Z. My friend, also shout out to my friend We're in Hell, because a lot of my AI info came from a video essay he just did on military and AI. Goodness gracious, let me pull that up actually.
Okay, while you're getting that, there will come a point where militaries recognize that there's a bottleneck in how efficient and lethal and quick that their laws systems, their lethal autonomous weapon systems can be. And that bottleneck is humans. And they're going to be incentivized, especially if they start losing, to remove that bottleneck. And that's when things will get scary. And while it might not be happening right now, it's only a matter of time, given the path we're going on, that it will. And that's the alarm I'm rounding. I want to stop it before it happens, right? I want to create these regulations and rules before it becomes a problem.
Well, that's why I pointed out how the EU has approached this. Like they actually highlight what the high risk for AI is. They have subsection after subsection on that specific situation. So these problems are already being addressed at this point. People are thinking all the way through this, because it's not like we're just randomly just throwing stuff out there and trying to hit darts on a wall, right? Like, we are very much studied in this. When you look at the black corporations that develop these things have already, right? They've already started ditching their stated what's it called? Stated moral systems and stated restriction, because they're in a race. They're in a race, for sure. Not their goals, but they're in a race to, I guess, as mission statement. It's their mission statement.
If anyone builds it, everyone dies. To taste be the first monkey to taste the poison banana, right? And they have, again, we already see them ditch some of their supposed safety constraints and things like that. So
do you think?
I mean, it's just going to happen.
Do you think all these countries are all reaching for just economic growth, or do you think that there are other incentives that they're looking for on top? Or do you think it's just strictly
obviously countries have nation states have many different competing incentives and things like that. Yeah. But here's the thing: all it takes is one. All it takes is one to begin using this, and it's going to become so powerful and so overwhelming that other countries, just to compete, just to survive, will have to use it as well.
Well, using to compete with new technology, what? You need to have the existing technology, right?
Yes. Do you mean breaking the Geneva Convention?
Countries already do.
That's
that,
already
right?
We're already past that.
Yeah.
Yes, but what I'm talking about is giving autonomous control to their autonomous units, entirely autonomous control. I think that once they figure out that how to do that in a way that makes gets to the level of efficiency that I want, that they're just going to. I can see Russia doing that. If they had the technology, they would just do it. I don't think they would stop
So I think what you're saying there is the problem isn't the technology, it's the people using it the wrong way.
Yeah, but this
Right.
becomes, but it's technology that, if used by the wrong way once, affects everyone because it becomes so overwhelming that everyone has to use it that way because
You
that
just
wrong
described-
way makes it much more efficient.
You just described nuclear holocaust between
not
United States and
necessarily,
Russia
because
from the
not all-
80s.
Not all countries are engaging in cyber attacks, right? Like some are for sure, and some countries are doing really well in those fields. But it's not all countries. America isn't known for these cyber attacks that we perform on people, right? China is for sure. Doesn't mean America has moved into these we should be cyber attacked.
I would posit to you that we do attacks that you will never hear about.
Oh, for sure. I'll grant you that. Quick, I'll grant you.
Okay.
That. But a lot of these attacks are largely public from from China and from Russia, right? Like these aren't they don't keep that very tight knit. Like they brag about it.
All right, so
Certainly.
hold on. You described what was in the basis of the movie War Games. Again, it's no different. It's just when one side decides to escalate or break the rules, whatever that technology is, then the other side will escalate too. Whether or not AI is involved, it doesn't is immaterial.
Yes, of course. But again, the difference between being able to, again, going back to Israel's use of AI, is that there's a stark difference between being able to generate, being able to identify 1,500 targets a day versus 80,000. Like that's oh,
Scared the shit out of me.
like that.
That's AI.
That's
AI
AI dog. AI dog.
I thought it was a soundboard.
That's
at
a
first.
real
Oh my
dog. Look at
goodness.
that.
Oh, wait, hold on. We gotta go say hello.
Oh my goodness.
A quick puppy
Oh my
moment. We love
goodness.
those. Hi,
That's-
pretty baby.
This is Penguin.
Penguin, a dog named
Love him.
Penguin. I love it.
Our other dog is
Oh.
Donkey.
Oh, why?
Yeah,
Well,
we've-
can I interrupt for just a moment if everybody doesn't mind? Why?
Because our first cat was Raccoon, then Turtle, then Penguin, then Donkey.
Love that.
AI
Love
named it.
Yeah.
AI named it.
Thank you.
All right, I apologize.
So I was wrong about the civilian. It's called smart shooter. I was wrong about the smart shooters being able to autonomously fire, but they do tell the person using them when to fire, like when the best time to fire is. Which again, I understand
That
is
could be
not the same
beneficial.
as a machine firing upon people. However, again, I feel like, again, with prompts, I'm not a tech person, so I don't really fully understand how it necessarily works. If one faulty prompt can turn Grok into Mecha Hitler,
That's not what did it.
Yeah.
It was the training.
It was the data training that he had it on.
It was
'Cause
trained on
was pulling
X-Post.
Yeah, it was running on basically large amounts of X-Post, and then he narrowed the scope, and then that's where we got, because Twitter is a cesspool. We can all agree there. Twitter is a cesspool, and anyone who just objectively looks at Twitter is basically going to become Mecha Hitler. So that part right there is
Well,
just
to be
always.
fair, I use Hitler, and I am certainly not Mecha Hitler. Don't look at me like that.
because we know how to engage.
AI is going to be picking on this transcript so freaking hard.
True.
Why?
Yeah.
We're giving it ideas right now. Actually.
We've said every no word possible.
Oh no. I didn't say a couple.
I said
It's right here. It's right there. I didn't say that the one that'll get this thing in your right underneath your video.
Really?
Yeah, you don't want that. Get it under all
yeah.
mine.
I don't want them. Would you guys, since we're kind of rounding towards the end, would you like to go ahead and move into closing statements? Then we can open up the panel and see if some more voices can come in and add into this conversation?
Certainly.
All right, Hornet, would you like to kick off with your closing statement, please?
Sure. Let me pull up something. Okay. Today, Wick and Charlie have done an efficient job at explaining some of the harms that can come from AI. I personally agree with a lot of the things that they were saying, but for me, the issue that we kept circling around was the amount of massive benefits that we see outweighing these flaws, these social issues, being more akin to the human condition, not necessarily akin to the AI itself. From the things that we have looked through the black box problem, through even just simple foundational modeling, we have gotten to a large degree of understanding on how these AI work. It's not something that is completely outside of our realm of understanding. There's still a learning curve that we're working through, but ultimately the harms that could be committed are being regulated against very quickly. When we see the EU and Artificial Intelligence Act, that they very much laid out all the potential risks that they could see coming from these, and have already laid the groundwork for making sure that we don't reach some sort of escalatory like situation. With that, I just want to say that AI is going to be very beneficial in the future, and it's not going away, no matter how many people want to think that this is a fear-mongering situation where we gotta be scared of the boogeyman or Terminator or Skynet's coming for us. Ultimately, we're to run something of that magnitude. We are talking about resource management of unlike anything the Earth has ever seen before. So just on that merit, I don't think that we're going to be seeing anything on that scale. And with that, I'm done with my closing.
Thank you, Hornet. MC, to you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, so if you enjoyed this, you can pop over to my channel, MCToon Live. But I think that for the most part, AI is another step in technology, and just like the horseless carriage, put farriers out of work, and the the rifle put people with rocks out of work. I think that AI is another thing that is just the next step in technology, and it is about the people that are wielding that technology, and it just magnifies good and it magnifies bad people. And so in its ability to magnify, that's awesome, and I'd love to think that there's more good than bad. And if that's the case, if that's all it, then yes, AI does more good. It does put in your hands all sorts of things and keeps out of your inbox a whole bunch of ads for things that you don't want to see.
Fair enough. Thank you, MC. Charlie, to you.
All right. Hello. I'm gonna meet Charlie mostly on Twitch, so I'm gonna try YouTube streaming soon. It seems like it's better for political stuff because you can monetize it. Actually, can on Twitch. Again, while I don't think AI is completely evil and we should never use it, I do think it has some very practical purposes. I do feel that its use without regulation has been disastrous and will be disastrous for us. And call me a Luddite, but I am worried about the integrity of the human spirit, the human brain being degraded, essentially. That is my closing statement.
Perfect. Thank you. Idiocracy at its finest. Wick, final thoughts from you, please.
Yeah, speaking of idiocracy, no, I kid. If you use AI to do tasks such as writing, such as research, such as generating ideas, such as generating art, it's going to make you worse at those things. you may have and be able to produce something that is serviceable. And as the AI technology improves, maybe even something approaching good. But it will atrophy your ability to actually do those things, and you will become reliant on a technology in a way that will make you worse. These aren't harms that will happen or might happen. These are harms that are happening every day. And as more and more people use and begin to utilize this technology, especially language learning models, it is making us less able to actually interpret data, to actually go through an essay and find meaning in it. It is making us less able to write essays. It is making us less able. And these are actual harms that are happening right now, not potentially, not maybe. AI makes you worse. Don't use it. That's my statement.
Fair enough. And I like how this actually turned more into a discussion instead of, like blood sport debate, people yelling, throwing shit, and, flipping chairs and things like that. So I'm very happy that you guys were actually able to have this. And I hope that all four of you have been able to come away with new insightful thoughts and more things to take away. And that same thing for the viewers as well. But we will, of course, run into the open panel dumpster fire, and we'll allow the others to come on, and who knows what happens there. Let me go ahead and drop that. And while people are jumping on backstage, we will read and respond to the super chats. If you have something to add into it, feel free to say something. If you don't, no worries. I'll just continue passing on. There were a few funny thoughts in here. Spyro sends a big 10, says, I'll be joining the after panel with a friend of mine to completely and utterly destroy fools who defend the pro stance of this prompt. Also, thanks for hosting this, Sarah. Also, chat sucks, all of you. You all suck. That's fair. And I believe Spyro is backstage ready to tear heads apart, I guess. K2 keep on trucking. Grok want to hop in a Rari? Like a Ferrari, I guess? I don't know. Grok's on one right now. And Nuke says ChatGPT is ours 2 turns in Risk and it's off the map. What? Anybody else translate
I
that?
have no idea what that means.
Oh, maybe it's bad at playing Risk. I don't know.
Probably really good at playing Risk.
I don't.
Is
imagine.
is ass 2 turns in Risk and it's off the map. I'll take it. Or whatever. Maybe you can explain it later, Nuke. Sammy says with the Big 10, we don't suck. Sorry, I'm late. Who's making the affirmative claim? And just for any viewers, the affirmative I usually put right above me for future reference. And Just Gerald sending not 20, but he actually shot over a total of 40 gifted Raging Tomato memberships. Congratulations to all of you lucky lottery winners. And please feel free to throw tomatoes in the chat or the crystals. We like the crystals if you are a member on behalf of Just Gerald. BB with the Big 10, AI funded this donation, rock on tomato. Fair enough. I will take it. And Jest offers a proposition to all 4 of you, and you all, I believe, failed because I don't believe anyone has $100 on any side, or at least not that I know of. He says, I have no position on this topic. I'll give $100 to the team who convinces me they hold the correct position. And just feel free to shout out in the chat if anyone failed or convinced you. BB says... BB says, objectively, the AI horse has bolted. Tame it, ride it, or get kicked by it.
Oh, yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Wow. We have a full panel backstage already. I'm quite impressed. BB says, I build for fun. AI funds me now. Ride the horse. Bob says the debate isn't AI does harm. Could the harm side clearly explain how it does more harm than good?
Yeah, the harm's more.
I think we did it.
Right. I think I went through. I'll do it again though. The harm is more ubiquitous. While there may be potential benefits in productivity and in things like potential research down the road and things like that, I think that the harm it does to the individual is noticeable, it's immediate, and it's happening as we speak. So, yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Nuke says, surely as a user of tools, wouldn't my usage of the be the issue? If I am evil, I will use it for evil, and the same for good.
Yeah.
Depends on the power of those tools, I would say.
Listen, a hammer can build a house, but can also kill a person. So
That's true. That's true. Now, but AI does learn based off of what we feed it, though, correct?
exactly, it is a. That's why I keep saying it's a reflection of our biases back at us. That's why the issues that we were bringing up on the social aspects are like issues that we are already currently having. I agree with the Wick that there will be an exacerbation of these issues to a certain degree. And like again, that's something to watch out for. It's not necessarily the harm that will outdo the beneficial good for you.
Okay, fair enough. Another new account says, Wick, you can only pick one choice, Trump or an AI to be president. Who you picking?
Which language model? Which AI? That's important.
I think that's a dealer's choice.
It's Grok.
Oh, next Hitler? I don't know. If I got to pick the what I felt was the best AI, then I would pick the AI. If it was like a random AI versus Trump, I don't know. Actually.
Which one are you gonna pick?
But
Speaking of Trump, we have Trump here. I love him. I love him when he shows up. I'm so excited. You're all in for a big treat. Just saying. So I hope you chose wisely.
But I need to know which LLM Wick is gonna choose if he gets to pick it.
oh, that's a good perplexity, maybe. Ask perplexity, perhaps. I don't know. I think the Grok. I would pick Trump over Grok right now, just because of the Hitler stuff. But yeah.
And K2 keep on trucking sends a big 5. I'm gonna pick an Oxycat. Pick on Oxycat and say in the sea would truly enjoy the horse video, LOL. And yes, K2 keep on trucking. I will play the horse video after we get a little bit into open panel for you. Jack says few technologies invented by man are capable of global extermination. Nuclear and biological weapons come to mind, and now AI. The main difference is AI will be capable of altering its own code.
Yeah, I don't think that'd be possible. The amount of altering that it could do would be limited about the data deterioration that is happening. So essentially what would happen would be this AI would write AI that would run through its code to make sure that it's getting rid of the data that's no longer needed. And then those AIs would deteriorate over time and then spread, and it's just like an endless circle. So yeah, I don't think that's feasible.
Fair enough. BB says, I've broken AI, if you know, then had AI chat via apps on voice through device speakers. It was interesting. I don't get it. Do you guys, I've broken AI, if you know?
You can, there's ways to break AI to get around the safeguards.
Oh.
Yep, you can trick it.
Oh.
That's weird.
So
That
like,
is weird.
yeah, so if you want it to describe for you how to make a thing that goes boom, you can spell out the name in different words. Just say the first letter of, and then BOMB, right? The letters that start with each of those.
Oh.
And then that'll get around its training to say, don't tell how to make those things.
Yeah, it's but when we're looking at like foundational models versus like just a regular trained models, then that's a little bit harder to get around. Just because the fine tuning is just way more efficient. So it is hard to actually work their way around that.
Now, do you think obviously they've maybe fixed that to where you can't get around it that way anymore? Or?
Well, they haven't fixed it entirely, and it's going to be again, any technology is going to have its learning curve. So.
There's a guy who's always kind of trying to be the first one to break an AI.
Yeah.
And he broke Grok 4 like within the first couple hours.
Good
Wow.
God.
That's scary. BB says, giddy up tomato, yeehaw. Oh, yeehaw. And then also, can you imagine what these AI apps talked about with each other? That's actually interesting. I would be, because that's just like making Alexa and Siri talk to each other or something. I'd be interested to see that conversation between AI and such. Jack says, to continue my point, AI will be able to negotiate new languages between itself, constantly evolve to a level man will never be able to match, essentially nuclear impact with sentience behind it.
I don't think we're at the sentience thing. The level.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: it does not need to be sentient to be a huge threat, like you're describing, Jack Fetter. It does not need to have actual sentience to break itself, right? Break its own boundaries, write its own code, modify itself in such a way, and then take action that leads to catastrophic harm to humanity. But again, I that is on the horizon. That is a possibility for the future. And I want to reiterate, there is actual harm happening now where people are cognitively atrophying because they are using ChatGPT and other language learning models in order to do their work for them. And we can see this in academia right now.
If I can, you've said that a few times, and I didn't really get to address it. And I, in my opener, I talked about using it to do art or music or video. I don't have the ability to write a song, to record a song, to do all that stuff. I can't do that. And so my ability to do that, I could work on that, and I could break out the trombone I played in high school. Yes,
improve yourself
I
to do
did
that, yes.
play trombone. People, calm down, ladies, calm down. But I don't have that desire to do it. I'd like to have music that I can play on my channel, but I don't have the ability to just go make that music. With AI, I do have that ability. So my ability is atrophy or not, I don't care. I want to have that song. That's awesome. And go work on the things that I want to work on, spend my time doing the things that matter more. And so my choice is use AI to make some music or not have music.
Or hire someone to do it.
But I'm not going to hire someone to do it. I'm not going to hire someone to do it.
You could also just play DMCA free music. But
yes,
again, I do think that...
But like, I want custom lyrics on it.
But then, like, we get into weird cases, like any like musician, like who was it that was getting sued over 4 chord progressions? Is copyright really that important to us that art is going to be the line point of like?
I will say that
I'm saying, can you legislate that 4 chords equals you stealing a song?
No, I don't think you can.
No.
Exactly.
Copyright isn't.
Exactly.
If you think copyright's my issue, that's not what I'm talking about. Like I'm sure there's a discussion.
Well, there's still creativeness.
Copyright isn't my concern here. My concern here, and it isn't just for art, music, and things like that. It's for reading and writing and taking from an essay or from a work of literature to derive meaning from it. That is atrophying. Our ability to do that, people's ability to do that, is becoming less and worse. And I think that makes us all worse off. Any individual who is less able to do this is worse off. We have a study for that. I can link it to you guys. But
I have no desire to engage in anything that uses AI and its creative process, in a sense where it is.
I'm putting an article in the chat for you.
Made by a human being who would put their heart and soul into it, and instead a machine is doing it. That to me, and again, I do think we might get to a point, if AI gets good enough, where having things that people actually do will become a sign of wealth versus AI generated things. Because to me, I feel that it cheapens a product, a work of art. It cheapens a production. Like I myself, I am less inclined to engage. And I think a lot of people are, because again, there is something unique about art in the sense that it is a reflection of the human spirit and experience. So we don't, like it speaks to me less.
Yeah, it's the mass produced over the quality of the thing, and I could agree to that to a certain degree. But I wouldn't say that it's not necessarily or engaging the parts of the brain that would necessarily fall for that, right? I think more people being able to engage would probably be beneficial in some cases and detrimental in others.
I also put another article into chat that you can peruse on your at your leisure, where it explains it goes through and explains, and it uses the study that I cited and others to show that, again, there's generative AI risks cognitive atrophy to people. And I think that there's growing evidence enough that suggests that this is a case, that it is a growing concern for me.
Yeah. But then we can also look at how internet's been used as well. We see a downgrade in that as well. So it's just, again, I think humans are evolving to a large degree, and we are an adaptive species. But to your point, I would say yes, it has been a massive learning curve for humans to keep up.
And BB comes up with a big 10, says AI learns from algorithms. It's up to humans to guide it. Think about this. Stamy says, after listening and researching, I've decided AI does more harm.
Win. Victory for Wick. Suck it, losers. Okay, suck it.
And Stamy is backstage, so the other team can try to persuade more if you choose. So BB says, how do we integrate with what is now? It's done. Any thoughts?
True.
I mean, yeah, I concede AI is here. It has won.
It's just bad.
I just hate
it's
it.
bad that it's here.
I just hate it.
Fair enough. Nuke says, generate a risk game in AI. You will win in 2 turns. Oh, I guess that was the follow-up. Yeah. I love playing
I was able
with.
to cognitively intuit what he was saying in a way that the others were not.
That was one of my
I
favorite
use
games
AI.
growing up. I am very limited on when I use AI. I don't think to me, it's kind of like answers I get or things I get out of it. It just makes me, it's like, you're dumb. Stop it. Like, stop being stupid. BB says AI can write code with the right prompts. And I think that's an advantage in there, is for the coding for things, because that's not something everybody can do. BB says, so question is how humans teach AI ethics. How do we teach AI ethics? I mean, is that 0 and 1 on ethics 101?
I don't know.
Again, it's about like limitations on it. I think that'd be the only way to actually teach it our ethics, because it's not sentient, so it's not going to understand. It's not going to understand the ethics.
Yeah, it will adopt the ethics of whoever's training it, right? Whoever gives it the ethics
And the data it's being trained on.
Right.
I mean,
that's what it will
rules.
emulate.
It would be rules, right? Not necessarily ethics. But you have to think of something for every situation almost, though, like general guidance for a lot of different directions, maybe.
No, you train it, and it's the training data that it was trained on. So when you train it on a bunch of anti-Semitic comments, it's going to get anti-Semitic.
Fair enough. Jest says, and this is the last 2, y'all were all over the map. I'm just as undecided as when I got here. Thanks for being here to debate, though. Salute to Hornet. Put a mic in the helmet. I didn't understand half of what you said. I think his mic is in his helmet. We tried to go through that backstage, but it's
Oh my
okay.
God, we got cat too.
No, hold on. We got to do.
Outstanding.
We love kitty cats too.
This is Turtle.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
A cat named Turtle.
Yeah.
I love that. Hi, Titty.
He's noisy. He's orange and so cranky.
Well, I mean, I'd be cranky if you just lifted me up and put me in front of a camera like that.
This is Raccoon. She's super nice.
Raccoon.
Yeah.
A cat named
She's
Raccoon.
so
A cat
cute.
named Turtle.
Oh my God.
Look, we are animal lovers over here on the tomato side. We have a whole Discord tab devoted to people's animals. We love them. And last one, Jack says, all of my comments were the future. Man's lack of hubris or thinking silicon intelligence will be something we can understand or control is laughable. I'm not worried about today. Any last thoughts? All right. Well, I think it's time to bring the panel on. It is a full backstage back there. So this means it's going to get interesting tonight. Everybody buckled up, ready to go, and we'll have some fun.
Well, it's doing a thingy there. Seems like it froze too. It's all right. I can fix it. Good time to freeze. Here we go. All right, it's got some music playing. I muted it, so there it goes. I wonder how this video is generated. Where's this? Anybody know what this video is from? Oh, here.
Let me pop back in.
There we go. Wick. I love it when I put that video on because everybody backstage is like jamming out to it. It seems to be a fan favorite, so I'll take it as a win. Okay, you all know the rules of my game, but there are a lot of new people here. I will start by prefacing that the chat can boot anyone on the lower half of the panel. The 4 upstage with me are all secured and locked in for the rest of the night. You cannot boot them. But a simple $5, $10, it's $1 per minute, but starting at $5 for sure. And if you boot someone, we've got more people to bring back up. So Ryan the Radical Coder's next in line, then I Stamy, then Brenda Debates, then Eucharist, and then Laugh, L-A-F. So that's the lineup backstage. If you want to get them up, the only way you can is if you boot people below.
And I suggest getting Eucharist on. He's the guy I quoted at the beginning of my show.
Oh,
really
fun. Well, he should have been faster on that click, but it's the lineup is I go in order of appearance.
You see, if you would have used AI, he would have got on here.
Well, I would have handed over to President Trump's, especially since Wick had that question, AI or President Trump for president. Mr. President Trump, how are you this evening?
Thank you, Sarah. I'm doing well. I'm doing quite amazing, actually. And I'm glad to be here, okay? I'm very glad to be here.
Where's those Epstein files, buddy?
Go straight to the question.
How many times am I going to, are we over with this creep? Are we over with this guy? Come on. I don't understand. We're here to talk about AI, and I want to talk about AI because I think it's very important for our country and where we're headed. We have 4 years that we're going to have AI, and even after that. So that's very important to me, actually.
Oh, lovely. Did you have a question to the panel, Mr. President?
So I heard, some crazy things, right? Which I understand a little bit of it, but, some other things, not so much. We're going to use AI to cure cancer, everybody. We're going to use it to cure cancer and many other diseases. Okay, you've got some vicious diseases out there that don't have a cure, and AI is the only way you can do that. So if you put anything on AI, it's got to be here. Okay, we have to make our country healthy again. Another thing, I know there's a lot of speculation, like what the hell's going to happen, the safety of the whole thing. Well, I'll tell you this: I think it's going to be well regulated with our big, beautiful bill. Just passed, by the way, just the other day. And in there, it gives us absolute authority over it. And we're going to make sure that we treat it well and also make sure that it's all nice and safe, okay? It's going to be nice and safe. But our main objective is to improve the economy. We have to make America wealthy again. And that's going to happen through AI. I really do believe it. I do believe it because we have to beat China, okay? They've got their own AI. We have to beat China. It's very important, and I think we're doing that. I really do think we're doing that.
Absolutely.
Fair enough. Any responses?
Do you know if they removed the AI stuff from the Big Beautiful Bill? I understand there was a moratorium on state.
They did.
They did, right?
Oh no. I'll tell you this. I think what they've done actually is they've gotten a big, beautiful bill. It's a beautiful bill. If you take a look at all 900 pages of it, you can scan through that all you like, right? And there's a lot of nice stuff in there. But, first, I think we have to fix Grok before we, go there. But,
Did you Oh,
go ahead.
Pretty good voice.
No,
No, go ahead.
did you use AI to generate any of the big beautiful bill? You said it was 900 pages. How much of that was AI generated?
No, why would I do that? Maybe some other senator did. I don't know.
I mean, AI is more efficient, right?
Well, it's efficient, but I think that we should have our own ideas. We're the people. We're the creators, right? We have to, we have to have smart people on it. Maybe there's some, not so smart people on it as well. There was something in there about wages, which is a big.
Who would you rather generate a bill? Would you rather Joe Biden, or would you rather AI generate a bill?
No way in hell. I would rather choose AI. Actually, I would rather Elon. And as much as I don't like him right now, I would rather Elon go through it, because this guy's a smart guy. He hasn't been so smart as of recently, unfortunately, because this guy is, he's all about the electric cars. And when I said that we're not going to do the electric cars, he had a problem, in a little fit. So, we can't do that. I told him, I said, as much as you know me, you've known me for a long time. I've campaigned on it. And you're going to say, I didn't do that. You've had plenty of time, Elon. But no, I think I'd rather Elon do that for AI than anybody else, and especially Joe Biden, because all he would use is the auto pen, and we don't like the auto pen, right?
All right. I think I want to step in. Thank you, President Trump. With all little due respect we have, I want to talk about the topic a little bit more in detail, because I have very, very strong feelings about this. I've been using AI for years in a lot of different capacities. I actually wrote like a little statement here. It's like 2 minutes long. If you'll give me for a moment.
Go for it.
So first of all, I actually
Wait. Did you write it?
So what I do is I speak my thoughts into ChatGPT, and then I refine them over and over until I find something that I'm comfortable with. And it's usually my own words, just kind of formulated a bit, because I'm very like neurospicy ADHD, and I find it very useful for getting my ideas out. And that's actually one of the things that I want to speak to.
So it enhances your ability.
I would say absolutely, yeah. And so anyway, first of all, I want to say to Wick's earlier statement about how he would pick Perplexity. I found this kind of funny, because Perplexity is not actually a model. It's not a foundational model. It actually is a wrapper that uses things like ChatGPT or Claude under the hood. So he's kind of offsetting it without knowing it to another model. And so this is why I think it's really important to have people, even especially critics of AI, involved and understanding what they're doing. So there's an episode of Friends you all might remember that opens up where Chandler Bing, my favorite character, is sitting in Central Perk, and he says, so I hear that internet thing's here to stay. And that's how I feel about AI. It is not going anywhere. Okay. There's not going to be any ban. There's not going to be a shutdown. It's on all of our devices, and that like all of the tech that we see over the next few years is going to be built around it.
But is that good or bad? That's a question.
I'm getting to it. Okay, so the question isn't like
if you didn't use ChatGPT, brevity would be
listen, I planned this all out very, very carefully. I know what I'm doing. So the question, I think the question of whether it does more harm to society than good is an open question, and what we need to do is we need to shape the answer to that question, and the way that we do that is going to be by getting people involved. Like the people who care, right? The critics, the educators, the artists, the neurodivergent creatives, because these are the people who I see demonizing AI and walking away from it. And if the people who care the least about all of the concerns, because I share almost every concern that was brought up tonight, like almost everything you guys talked about that was like a negative AI, I'm like, yeah, 100%, that's a problem. And I want people who care about those things to be at the forefront using AI, learning how it works and engaging with it to make sure that we don't let the people who don't care about those things steer the ship. I think that was the worst case scenario. If we allow them to be in control, we are absolutely going to see it do more harm than good. So here's my ask to everybody on the panel and all the critics of AI, everyone, please don't disengage. And I'll go down after this. Please don't disengage. Learn about AI, use AI, bring your values into the arena, because AI is not going to be shaped by the people who sit it out on the sideline. It's going to be shaped by those who are showing up. So I really encourage you to learn about it, learn about the rule. Thank you, Harry. So
it's going to be shaped by the people who own it. It's going to be shaped by its owners, which again have already ditched a lot of the ethical guidelines they set initially. They've already ditched those in pursuit of just being faster, better, first past the post type things.
Well, I have great news for you. That if you go to Hugging Face, then you can actually find models that will run locally on your own machine that are completely customizable. So if you learn some of the fundamental basics, you can customize a model that's as good as last year's GPT-4 that runs on your cell phone. Completely locally, and you can run it right on your iPhone right now. You can do this literally while you're sitting on this panel. You can go download this and set it up, and you can customize it entirely for yourself, and you don't have to be dependent on OpenAI or Anthropic or Google or any of these companies to control what your AI model is doing. And this is, again, why I think it's so important to get people who care about these things on the ground using these tools.
My AI model will be fine. I'm not worried about me. I am ethical. I am moral. I am better than everyone here, right? I will do it correctly. I'm worried about everyone else, right? I'm worried about everyone else. And most people, a vast majority of people, aren't going to do what you said. They're going to go on to these commercially available corporation models, which they don't have a say in how they're trained. But anyway, I'm bogarting the time. I'll give it to...
I wanted to say, so Ryan, as someone who also has ADHD, I feel you. I mean, I take medication, but before AI was a thing, I also did an entire master's in literature without the use of AI. And what I've noticed in myself, that while it is extremely hard to get going sometimes, I know that because of my ADHD, if I can find a shortcut, no matter how much it hurts me, I'll take it. Unless it is something I really, really care about, which is what got me into literature. So I feel you on that. And I understand, making it help with scheduling and kind of helping you regulate yourself if you don't have access to meds or you just need those extra guidelines. But again, I feel like it overall could potentially just decay the cognitive abilities, especially of children. If they don't ever end up learning how to do the hard critical thinking work, I feel like they're never going to get there. And that is my biggest concern, is what it's going to do to young people, whether it's K through 12 or university. I'm extremely worried about it.
I will, again, I agree the concern is there, and I think that it's interesting, the article Wick posted about that study, I did notice that study in the Time article doesn't appear to be peer-reviewed or actually published yet.
Yeah, I mentioned that. It's not yet peer-reviewed, but they had to put forward the findings because at least the author felt they were. So yes, it's possible, right, that after peer review, that might information change, but it does make intuitive sense, and it tracks with the observations that I've had with how I've seen people use it and how I've seen it being used. I wish you...
Before I get on,
can I put in a card? Can I use a favor to bring Eucharist up here? I mean,
well, I'm about to go down, so I think he might be up next because I'm getting kicked by Alex.
He works in academia. He deals with this every day, right?
Regardless of what that research ends up saying, what my whole point is that if we get people who are really concerned about those things at the forefront, utilizing these tools instead of letting people who don't give a shit shape it, then we can make sure that students who are using AI are doing so in a way that is beneficial to them and not detrimental to them. And that's my whole pitch. So I'll see you guys in 5 minutes, I guess, or whenever.
I'll give you the connection there, Wick. As a one-time buy.
I owe you a favor, okay? So
I like favors. And while I have the audience, BB says with a big 10, I'm flying to Germany for a warm silicone AI pod. Oof. And Paul sent a big 10, says Google has stunted generations. Is it useful and powerful? Yes, but at best a mixed blessing. AI will be hundreds of times worse at stunting education and development of true expertise in professions. I do agree. I think there's going to be a big stunt. I think a lot of people are utilizing AI as kind of a crutch now. If they don't feel like doing something, if they don't want to do it, trying to get through school, or I have an essay due, let me just type this prompt in and give it a once over read and move on. And that's the scary part, especially with the education world of things. And if I may give a little guidance to the viewers, we are going to be shutting down the tomato here in just a couple minutes. So the gauntlet is open. So start moving over to that channel and watch from there. Or else you'll catch the raid over. Everyone on StreamYard, you're perfectly fine exactly where you are. Nothing will change for you. Okay, floor's back open.
Okay, can I jump in here then? Can I finally take a turn?
Maybe.
First of all, Sarah, thank you for hosting this. You're awesome. I appreciate all your moderation and your debates and all that. It's great. Thanks for having me on. Second of all, if you want to go to a channel that is the definitive channel about AI, programming, fundamentals of programming, what it means for you as a consumer, how AI is good or bad, etc., you come to my fucking channel, because I've spent 1.5 years going over literally all the scientific articles, reading them on stream, word by word, going into the programming of these things. I'm a programmer myself. I've been in the industry for 25 plus years, and I've built up all the foundational evidence that's required to absolutely destroy everyone on this panel. I will take all of you fucking on, and I'm actually a little disappointed because Andrew would be disappointed. This wasn't even a debate. All of you losers just ended up agreeing with each other. You all just said, oh, yeah, AI is bad, bro. I agree, but it's kind of good.
What's your strongest argument?
What the hell is that? Okay,
so hold on a second. Hold on.
Sometimes a productive conversation is better than just being mean to each other.
Give me your strongest argument.
Crucible chat, sound off. One question. Please, someone explain to me what AI is. Go ahead.
Can you give us your strongest argument?
I just did.
No, you simply asked what is AI.
Yeah.
Stands for artificial
Yes,
intelligence.
please do, because that's the premise of the entire fucking
what is
argument.
your strongest argument?
The entire prompt is AI worse or better for society, for humanity? Can anybody tell me what AI is? Because if you can't tell me what AI fucking is, then what the hell are you doing on this prompt on this debate panel? Go ahead. Anyone.
Is ChatGPT a form of AI? Yes or no?
You don't answer a question
I'm asking
by asking me. No,
is it a form of AI? Yes or no? Do you know?
Fuck that. Answer the question.
Okay.
Do you
So you
know
don't know
what
what
AI
I'm
is?
not gonna lie, you don't have the sauce that Andrew has. You're trying really hard to imitate. Like,
You ain't him.
right now,
You ain't him,
but
bro.
you don't have
You
the
ain't
sauce.
To be
Sometimes.
fair,
That's
Charlie sat
fantastic.
through
That's
Charlie sat through 2 grillings with Andrew and still made it out alive. And so if she's calling you out for not having the spice, I think that's fair.
I don't need to have his spice. I just need you to answer the question. Do you know what AI is? Explain it.
Artificial intelligence.
So you don't know what it is. Nobody can explain it because nobody actually understands what's going on underneath AI. So this entire panel.
Yeah,
doesn't
isn't
even
that
know
like
what the argument-
not like the purpose of it is that like there's the black box effect, like we don't actually fully understand what's happening.
You just said, isn't that the purpose of AI? Are you saying, is your answer?
No. I said, isn't that like a concern? Is that not like a concern with AI? Is that we don't fully understand how it functions?
Yeah.
Because we brought that up multiple times.
You did, but it's missing an entire
Is
portion.
correct
of what
or
AI
incorrect
is.
in bringing that up?
No, she's correct. That's part of it. but that's
Okay, so
not what
she's
AI
correct.
is.
So even though in your claim that she doesn't know what she's talking about, she was able to identify and properly argue a actual concern
Yes, and
about
cars
AI.
have
Is that
wheels. What's a car?
I think MCToon would like to answer.
true? What's a chair?
Yeah, it has legs. I can point to a portion of a thing, and that doesn't define the thing.
I got
What
legs.
is
Am
it?
I a chair?
Mike, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I've been programming longer than you, son. This is my AI book from college.
Appeal to authority right off the gate.
Nobody should go to his channel and
That his
subscribe to
ass
listen to his
MCToon.
douche canoe assholery.
And speaking of,
Boot
you
him,
got the
Harry
butte on
Ludwig.
God.
Boot him.
I'm sending you back to the
Nobody
back
can
again.
Boot
answer
him.
the question, and so
Boot
they
him.
default to ad
Boot
hominem.
him.
Subscribing to MC2
You
right
got
this
$5
instant.
to
All
boot
right.
him right there. I'll
Spyro,
super
you
chat
got
if I
the
need to. I need to
pack.
super chat.
I'll bring up
All
the
right,
next
thank you.
one.
Hey, what up, everybody?
And then we have Brenda after that, and then LAF, and then we're going back to Animated Effigy and Ryan.
Yeah, I just wanna...
just to go and answer Spiro before he left, because it made me question, like, I didn't know what it meant, but I did a quick Google search. And what AI basically just means is a program or something doing something that a human would normally do. Like, for example, like if you look at Microsoft Sheets or Slides, or sorry, I forget, I'm having a little brain fart, but like some of those programs where they go and they like do the math for you once you put in the numbers for the spreadsheets, and it goes and it does everything. That used to be done by a person.
Algorithm. Yes, but an AI is a series of algorithms put together to have a large data set, depending on like whether you're using a foundational or different. Yeah, like we can go into the definitions. It's just not. It's just, if we want to talk about the technical aspects of it, like, yeah, we can, but I don't think that's the
That is
point
not useful.
of
I
this
find that so
conversation.
uninteresting that's the thing he thinks like kind of kills it. Like I think you can have perfectly competent social commentators on a phenomenon observing what something is doing to people without understanding the technical background. I would love it if more people did understand more. I don't understand as much as I should. I've been trying to flesh that out, reading more books about how these things work technically, but I'm not a programmer. I don't work with this stuff
it's
on a
complex,
professional level, but like it's just a stupid question that doesn't actually address the actual problem, which is like, what are the harms being done? What's it doing to the people who use it? What are the people who are using it doing to other people? Those are the questions that matter. I just want to jump in really quickly and say, like, I've been listening the whole time. I wish I could have gotten on earlier, but I think it was MC in your opening. I think you're right to identify too that like people are panicking right now about these like public facing LLMs when there are AI applications that we've just been talking about that have been around for a long time that we generally don't panic about. I would like to say I've been panicking about most algorithms for a lot longer than everybody has been panicking about LLMs, because I think algorithms in general substitute for human decision making in a way I think is doing some of the same atrophy that Wick is identifying with LLMs. LLMs just exacerbate the problem in a way that I didn't think would happen as quickly as it did. But there was something that kept getting said, and it was both by both the pro AI jerks on this panel. Not really, you guys were great, but well, is that any different than, or is that any different than this thing? And right before I got on, you likened it to like a hammer or something, and that to me is just ludicrous, right? It's ludicrous to look at the things that we're grappling with right now and compare them to simple machines and simple tools. We know they're different than that, right? And so the question of technology that y'all are raising is, well, does it really matter what the tool is, or is it really the person who's using it? And I like to think that I'm a good enough student of human nature to know that there are certain tools that are complex enough that people will be incentivized to use them in certain ways that are generally going to be bad, right? So the instant anybody came up with AI image generation and video generation, everybody knows what that's going to be used for, right? Immediately, everybody knows what it's going to be used for. It's going to be used for very sketchy things, very sexual things, very, things probably, I'm not trying to nuke anybody's channel, right?
That's the point of the internet. It was created for porn,
right? Like,
originally.
So there are incentives baked into these things that drive us to use them
Also
in certain
videography,
that are more apt to be used in certain ways than others. And so in the space of 3 years from the first release of public-facing OpenAI ChatGPT, we've gone from extremely goofy, uncanny valley style images to like almost indistinguishable photorealistic imagery and videos. We've gone from clearly goofy essays riddled with factual errors to like, oh, that can do a pretty good write-up really, really fast, fairly accurately. We've gone from universities having fairly reliable cheating detection mechanisms to universities universally capitulating on this issue overnight. Universities now are partnering with these AI companies, putting it in students' hands and saying, yeah, go ahead and do all your work with AI. We'll give you the degree anyways. It's insane. You did raise also some hardware issues, just like maybe we're reaching some caps. It's not going to be exponential. I think that's fair. I don't understand enough of the technical side to really get in the weeds on that. But I do think, I don't believe the things that China tells us, but if anything they're telling us about how they developed and trained DeepSeek is true, that those limits may be disappearing faster than you're suggesting. So I guess my question is, why would you minimize and downplay this in a sense on the one hand, right? So the AI optimists are telling me this stuff is crazy, it's great, it's doing things you never imagined, but then you're just like, man, it's actually it's not that big of a deal. It's just like any other tool, man. Like I feel like there's a lot of doublespeak that goes on in the pro AI side that just like frustrates me to no end. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I think it's fair to acknowledge the harm behind these things, right? Like, that's why when he came up and was just like, why do you guys are agreeing that there is harm? Like, potentiality for harm is there all the time. My main thing is like the outweighing of the cost benefit between like harm and benefits to like society as a whole. So if I'm seeing like increases in my health or increases in like agriculture, climate science, and any of these fields, then I'm seeing like exponential growth for humans at a large rate. So that's why I would acknowledge that some of these could be potential problems. And I also have to acknowledge that these potential problems aren't unique to AI as well. That whenever a technology surfaces, we do have a technical knowledge that is lost to to a certain amount, right? Like a knowledge pool will transfer over from one aspect to another, depending on like what we're talking about, right? Like a farmer might not necessarily know how to like plot a humongous portion of land like someone in the past might, but they could still do it efficiently with the tools that they've been handed, right? It doesn't mean that knowledge is lost. It just means it's transferring over into other situations where it's needed. So I would say that, yes, we do have to like mitigate some of the risks, but for me, it just doesn't, those risks don't outweigh the major benefits that we're seeing.
And before anybody goes, first and foremost, I'm shutting down Raging Tomato right now. So click the link. I'm putting it in the chat right this second. Go over to the Gauntlet and we'll continue over there. And then secondly, Evan Lord sends in the big 5 to boot Eucharist to the back. So Eucharist, you're going, gonna take a little break. And then Almighty Nate says, bring up Effigy and Ryan. And then I asked Nate who he wanted to bump. And he said for me to choose. So because Evan is so fire trigger happy over there, I'm gonna boo you to bring Ryan back up. And I think we're all set on the boots. Oh, no, wait, Trump, you're going bye-bye too. Harry says bye-bye. And then we got Brenda coming up. There we go. Okay. All right, that's all sorted, and you should all be over on the Gauntlet now. Okay. Go ahead.
Awesome. So I just wanted to first of all say I totally agree with that one really aggressive dude that Andrew would be super disappointed by this debate because it was actually more of a conversation, and that is Andrew's kryptonite. He absolutely does everything in his power to avoid having real conversations. I'm sorry. that was why I was like running back and forth. So I'll throw that out, and then I'll let the next person come in.
Yeah, I have some questions.
Go ahead, Brenda.
So I felt that a lot of questions that I have that weren't really addressed by the conversation. It was about things that didn't seem important to me. But what I'm worried about is the alignment problem. And there have been a number of scenarios. Eliezer Yudakowski has outlined those, which is where AI escapes from the lab and is able to improve itself and surreptitiously gains control of global infrastructure and governments and things like that, and is able to manipulate humans into doing its bidding. And I was wondering what people think about that.
Well, there's the book I mentioned speaks on it a little bit. In the book, again, to remind everyone, it's called "If Anyone Builds It, Everyone Dies: Why Superhuman AI Would Kill Us All." The alignment problem's a real thing, right? The alignment problem is, does the goals of the AI align with our goals as like a people, things like that? And
yeah, but haven't they shown an ability to disguise their objectives? They've shown
that is the problem.
An ability to deceive the devs working on it, right? And in fact, didn't two AIs talk to each other and develop their own language to speak to each other surreptitiously?
The technical answer to all this is no, though, because we have not achieved artificial general intelligence. We have language models, and we have complex machine learning, like stuff like that. We do not have general intelligence yet. So all these terms that we're talking about, how they were, talk to each other, we don't have that level of cognizance yet in these programs. It's actually the driver right now, I would argue. And while I think that Wick's analogy to a nuclear bomb is both hyperbolic and reductive at the same time, I think the only useful part of it actually is that we actually are in an arms race. I think the companies who are doing this view this as an arms race. and they will not stop at all.
Yeah,
because I think they think the end goal means that they win the next century. Whoever unlocks this is going to unlock advancement that we haven't seen ever.
And again, this is why they're discarding a lot of their ethical guardrails that they initially put on. That's why they're discarding a lot of the restrictions that they gave themselves, that they put upon themselves.
That's a prediction by the AI 2027 scenario, right? Which is that there's a race to develop a fear of being left out, and guardrails are abandoned, safeguards are not employed, and then the AI escapes the lab, right, and is able to write itself into other machines and collaborate with others, right? And so that's kind of a problem, isn't it?
That's just science fiction. That the issue with that, if like let's say you have a large scale like an AGI with actual super intelligence, right? That the management of hardware that thing requires, if it decided to like let's say transfer over to a phone, it basically becomes an idiot. Like you basically remove all the processing power that it had, and now it can no longer function as it used to. So it's
like nowhere near having the structure like in every household that an AI could just jump around to. What I see this akin to is companies are racing to try and create a god in a box. They want to make their god in a box that can answer any question. Hey, what's this new medicine? What's the cure to this disease? What is this new physics, equation? What is this new material that's lighter than steel? How do I harness gravity? Like the magic box is what they're going for.
Sam Altman has been hinting that people are not ready for what's coming, and that they have a significant advancement in the pipeline that people aren't.
Well, people generally
sometimes
like we can like as Wick pointed out earlier, people weren't ready for smartphones, right? We are seeing negative mental effects because of these new technologies that are coming up. It's not necessarily that it's going to become like the worst fucking thing that has ever happened, because I think the advancement of the smartphone has been largely beneficial to society, not a detriment. The internet is the same thing.
I'm not worried about this. People becoming dependent on their smartphones. I'm worried about an AI that has not aligned with human values.
An AI is literally trained by humans. Its foundation is us. Like at every point, we are involved in that stuff.
Yeah. So
and even like it running. So the reason why we have multiple versions of the same AI is because it deteriorates over time, and humans have to go in and fix it. So it can't even function on its own.
I think I gotta dip out because my head's hurting a little bit. But thank you for having me on, and it was lovely to be here with all of you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Charlie. Thanks for joining.
Bye. Thank you for having me.
Mm-hmm.
I hope I did well. Charlie invited me to be on here to be her partner, and I hope I didn't fail her. So we'll see.
I think you did well. I enjoyed the conversation. Maybe I should have screamed at people more, but no one was pissing me off.
We'll get to a screamy panel later.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Oh, geez. Okay.
You just came down from 2 of them. You needed this one.
I did. This was nice. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah. All the 4 people up here are like non-screamy people. So it's nice.
Screamers.
I don't know. You get me on right.
I just haven't faced the right person.
I have to warn you about Toon. He is very much a screamy person, and you need to be aware of him. So.
I mean, screamy people are fun.
Ouch.
I like screamy people.
I'm kidding. I kid.
Yeah, I'd like to jump in a little bit here.
We've experienced MC's vocals.
I got a little aggressive. They were pretty insulting.
Throwing it down.
They earned it.
That's fair. And then next up backstage, and then I'll hand it back. I believe Spyro's next back in line, then Ryan, then Eucharist, then Evan. Okay.
Yeah, so I just wanted to mention, kind of put words, I guess, to what a lot of people's concerns are that I don't think have been put too specifically. So one of the issues with AI, the way it's used now, especially among consumers, which, the highest volume of AI requests are among industry, but the largest population of people using it are consumers. It's a lot of things that don't have extrinsic value, and their intrinsic value is directly contradicted by AI's use. So in education, right, when kids are cheating on essays with AI, there is no extrinsic value to the words those students are writing in those essays. And the intrinsic value to those words is the learning experience of those students. AI has come in and disrupted that completely, and it's stripped all the value out of the essay writing process in education, because it has tremendous value in generating written word for people who struggle to do so well themselves. The issue being, there is no actual value to that student creating that end product if they don't have that learning experience throughout. And that's the tough part, is how can we live in a world where this AI is kind of inevitable, but also keep it out of the places we need it out of in order to maintain the intrinsic value of those experiences?
Well, I would pose you a question, like, when we're looking at like algebra, right? We're using long divisions. We're not using calculators. We're doing this all on sheets of paper because that's the only way to actually learn, right? But in those classrooms, there are calculators that I can use to do all those things. Why are they teaching me this way? Well, it's because they want me to understand the fundamentals behind it and then use the tool as I move forward, right? So it's not that necessarily the AI, like, people are going to cheat. Like, that's ultimately something that's going to happen, and I understand that's a concern. But AI itself is an enhancer to these situations, where it wouldn't necessarily make things a lot more efficient for the person, and they still have the fundamental understanding on how to write these essays. It's just their essays are coming out a little bit better.
Sure. The issue is, right, when I do it to skip algebra or higher level, when I use like Wolfram Alpha or like the sort of beginner mathematic AI tools that students started using even when I was in school to solve more complex math problems that having to do it, those kids, okay, they won't be engineers, they won't be scientists, they won't, they're not going to be able to evolve into higher levels of like mathematic expertise. When you do it to essay writing, it's not just teaching these kids how to write an essay. That's the fundamental way a lot of these kids learn how to communicate. And when you already have so many other factors pulling kids out of social, sort of third places and social interaction face to face, and then even the digital interactions now become automated, they really have nowhere where they're learning how to socially interact or articulate the way that they feel or think effectively on the fly.
Yeah, the interpersonal communication skills of kids nowadays and like younger adults are terrible, and most people's are terrible anyway. So we're taking away the ability for them to connect and understand how to communicate in a valuable way by going, okay, here you go, here's this little device, you can just do it right here real quick.
That's why I brought up the algebra analogy, because it's not necessarily they hand you the calculator and just give you a quiz, right? They teach you the fundamentals beforehand, and then these tools get introduced, right? So yes, there's an effective way of using the AI, right? It's not we just hand these tools out and just be like, fuck it, you do your thing and I hope you pass, right? It's more, okay, the fundamentals. Now we're going to introduce this tool to.
That's the thing, right?
They do not know the fundamentals because of these tools. They are not learning these fundamentals.
Do you know less about algebra because you use a calculator?
Well, he was here before, like, he had an environment where they kept calculators out of the room. One of the insidious things about AI, right, is now the computers are in every room. AI doesn't only improve a computer's ability to respond to you, it also improves and reduces the threshold of expertise you need to interact with the computer. A 8-year-old kid can say, what is the best thing about blank? And as long as they can type those words, they can get like a very in-depth answer. Whereas with like a Wolfram Alpha or a calculator, right, they still need a certain level of expertise to pilot those tools.
Exactly.
What machine learning and LLMs have done is it doesn't just bridge the gap of the computer doing what it can do, it also bridges the gap between people's expertise level in communicating with the computer. That's why the programming thing is so empowering, is because I now don't need that expertise. I just need to tell the AI tool what it needs to do and it'll do it for me. I don't need the expertise to pilot it anymore.
Yeah, for sure. The barrier of entry has lowered, and I would agree with that 100%. But that's not necessarily a bad thing when we have the barrier of entry for higher, like higher education and higher like cognitive ability lowering, we have more people entering those fields, right? We have more people becoming engineers, we have more people entering to STEM. Like, these are all positives that happen because of it. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. Yes, I agree that some people will eventually have an issue with it. And yeah, like, obviously, there's not a catch-all for everyone, because that's not feasible for everyone, right? Like, not everyone's going to be a rocket scientist, not everyone's going to like become the next math scholar of the fucking world, right? But for the people that are using it, that it is lowering the bar for them for the entry, and then also exceeding that bar because now the bar has been raised because of it.
Sorry, you're done. Yeah, I want to speak to the comment that about like people using Wolfram aren't going to become engineers or whatever. Like, I think this is really underestimating like the ways that we can use these tools to increase our capacity for critical thinking, right? As long as this is why I think it's so important to encourage people to use them critically, and to have people who know how to use them, who have these critiques here. Like, and because if you follow like a Socratic method when you're engaging with AI, you'd be like, okay, quiz me each step of the way, ask me these questions. Here's what I would propose for the whole essay thing. We have all these issues with people cheating, students cheating. What I propose: allow students to use ChatGPT or whatever the fuck they want to write their essay, turn in your conversation as well as the essay. And so that the teacher can look over that conversation and see what you were thinking as you wrote it, and they can see whether you were just like, come up with an essay for me, or if you were actually explaining a reasonable thought process, and just have that be graded. I think that'd be interesting. And we have the capacity to do that because we have AI that can allow teachers to actually like go through those things in a much more rapid way.
So what's the point in the essay then? They haven't done anything. They haven't written anything.
Bullshit. They are thinking through the process.
Yeah, they are thinking.
You might not have done anything but your standard, but fuck your standard.
What's the essay
Grandpa?
for? Why do we need the essay? In that scenario, what?
Why do you need the end product of a math problem? Why do you need the final answer? Like, it's about the process of learning. It's about the process of thinking through a concept.
Do you not think that there's a benefit that is substantively different between sitting down unaided by AI to consider whatever the essay topic is, formulate your own thoughts, write it down, go through editing, these things, that is fundamentally different. That process, I would posit to you that process, that way of doing things, triggers the brain in fundamentally different ways than simply having a conversation with AI, with someone who's doing the work for you, which is what the AI prompts are. You're having a conversation with an AI that is doing that work for you, and it's a fundamentally different, engages fundamentally different parts of the brain, engages fundamentally different learning styles. These are we are, again, as we see people using the AI, they are unable to do the basic stuff that children 20 years ago before this were able to do. They're just unable.
Okay. So,
but that happens.
Absolutely, it engages a different part of the brain. I totally agree. It engages a different part of the brain, just like me using ChatGPT or using Gemini or using whatever to generate a HTML site, to generate an app, is going to use a different part of my brain than sitting down and writing for loops and writing down all of the code that I would use to make it.
Yeah, no.
But it lowers the barrier to creating a prototype massively, and it gives me a prototype that I can work with. And if I do know those basics, if I do know how variables, loops, functions, data structures, if I know even the littlest bit about that, I suddenly have a playground, like a super powered playground full of those things that I can tweak and modify to make whatever the fuck I want in a way more rapid way. And you can do the same thing with essays.
They know that you cannot. It's a fundamentally different thing. They are not getting the basics of how to come up with these questions. They're using AI in order to generate some of the questions.
Okay, wait, let me ask you a question. When was the last time you did long division on paper?
Long division on paper? It's been a while.
Right, like no one does that. No one does that. Right, no one. It's not necessary to your daily life.
I went through school and I had tests.
No one's arguing get rid of the foundational situations. They're just saying
I gathered these
situations.
You learned an algorithm to do long division. You memorized an algorithm instead of actually. Sorry, I'm sorry, Wick. I'm sorry.
If I may, I gathered these skills and I learned these skills sans calculator. And then once I had these skills, I was given the calculator to help me utilize those skills. My argument and what I'm positing to you is that children today are not learning the basic foundational skills and are skipping straight to the AI, which again is fundamentally different than a calculator because it can engage with you back.
I would have to see some study on that. We're not teaching kids the basics anymore.
Look, I think that this argument seems somewhat circular in a way because we're just kind of going back and forth on the same points. I think the biggest concern with it is the ethical standpoint, dude. I mean, when it starts becoming a point where kids are getting exposed to like nude images on the internet because of the LLMs and no one really seems to care, that's a big issue for me personally.
Well, no,
Like, they just sued because of this. Like literally like last week.
Yeah, but like it's like, how do I stop a kid from Googling something, like, right? Like obviously there's an issue with that, but that becomes more of for me personally, that has always been a parental issue, where if you're not monitoring your child and what they're doing, because you can't set up monitoring software and make sure that the certain software isn't able to launch on your computer, then at that point it becomes a you issue. It's not necessarily this is a problem with this thing. You're just letting something go unchecked.
It to be used in a certain way, right? The tool is incentivizing the user. It is pushing the user to use it in certain ways that calculators just don't.
Yeah, that's my thing too. The calculator metaphor, like run that train of logic backward from the endpoint, right, of the kid doing it with his essay. What is the equivalent? Are we just going to say, well, we're waiting for the future where kids just have to consult ChatGPT mid-conversation? These essays aren't teaching kids to write essays. They're not teaching kids to be writers. They're teaching kids to communicate their thoughts and articulate them effectively. Do we want the future? The logical endpoint, right, that you guys are bringing up is we use, anytime we want to do math, we use a calculator now. Okay, are you telling me you are accepting of a future wherein anytime a kid who grows up now wants to have a convershave as an adult, they have to pull out ChatGPT and get it to tell them kind of how they need to?
No, because that's basic stuff, right? Like I don't have to pull out a calculator to figure out 2 + 2, right? I can just intuitively do that with my brain because I learned the basics.
2 + 2, man, with something we're already struggling with so deeply now.
Is the basics, like communication, being able to actually communicate my words out and be understood, like we're doing now, is
Hornet. You
learn early on. That is a skill that's going to disappear because ChatGPT is going to write an essay for it. That's just not going to happen.
Sure, but Hornet, you do know that there are people who actually use ChatGPT to do things like break up with their girlfriends, for example, because they don't know how to actually do it. Isn't that basic fundamental communication?
This goes back to the interpersonal communication thing I mentioned earlier.
They're to a degree, yes, but like
to a degree. Well, is it or is it not?
To an increasing or a decreasing degree?
To a certain degree. I wouldn't say that it's entirely interpersonal. It's in interpersonal basic communication, right? Communicating thoughts, because you still have to communicate your thoughts to get to that essence. Like as Coder pointed out, like you do have to have a fundamental understanding on how to prompt this. Otherwise, what you're just gonna get? Are you just gonna type in random letters and be like, "No, I hope I get something"?
Here's exactly what I would do, Hornet. If I was writing an essay, I would say, ChatGPT, write me an essay about the ethics of AI. Done. What the hell do I have to know about AI ethics to get ChatGPT to write me an essay on AI ethics?
Like again, like as MCToon pointed out, he wrote his opening because he prompted the AI seven different AIs, and they all came up with shit intros.
Okay.
So
sure,
like,
but
again,
I've read hundreds of essays from 12 and 13-year-olds. They're also shit. AI is going to do better. Like they're going to get what they need out of an AI by simply copy and pasting the rubric they get emailed to them or on their little computer program that their school uses. They're just going to copy this is what they do. They copy the rubric, they paste it into ChatGPT, and then ChatGPT can perfectly match every criterion from that rubric in that essay.
I agree, and that's also why earlier in the debate I brought up like Cliff Notes. Cliff Notes was being used widely by students and being when no student was reading a book because they didn't need to.
But they still have to interact with the ideas of that book. They can't
not
just
about
copy
it being
and
the
paste it
same.
and have the LLM do it.
Yes, it was literally a copy and paste. I would like look at the cliff notes and be like, okay, this is what the book talked about. Yep, I'm done now.
But your teacher has the capability of checking Cliff Notes and seeing who's ripping off of Cliff
Your
Notes.
teacher also has the ability to run it through AI.
But the AI is working on a level of context that the teacher cannot be expected to keep up with, whereas Cliff Notes is one website.
So then you run it through AI. AI is the solution to that problem.
So now we have kids writing AI essays, and we have the teachers AI evaluating. Shall we just like launch the nukes now and get it over with? Right.
Like the AI will decide when to launch the
request.
nuke. The AI will decide. Okay.
Since Spyro has a $100 protection fee, Gesturon asks, Sarah, can we get Spyro to tell us what AI actually is? I truly don't know.
Okay.
Spyro.
Okay. So here's the deal. Why on earth would I go and define AI for all of the opponents here who are making cases for and against AI in any form or whatever? They are the ones who came in to have this conversation. They should be the ones who should be able to define AI. So I'm not going to do it. However, I will say that the definition of AI is important, because if you can't define it, or if you actually understand what it is, then you will see that your arguments, Wick, MCToon, Hornet, can't remember her name before, I apologize. Your arguments are actually stronger. Thank you. Stronger and weaker than you actually think. But you have to start at the ability to define AI. So I'm not going to define it for anyone. And if you do want a definition, you're welcome to go on my channel or go on my website, enlightenedprogramming.com, and you can see the definition of AI.
You know what? Look,
That's such a bitch move, Spyro. You're gonna come up here and meta like that.
Sarah.
Be like, no, you have to define it, even though I'm telling you didn't define it.
It is a very Andrew Wilson move.
I mean, the issue
is I like Andrew Wilson. So.
All right,
I would say actually it's even worse, because
I can address
you
that.
came in here poking holes in the claim. You need to give that. Why your claim, you need to back your own fucking claim up. Well, you guys didn't define it. How do we as the viewers know that they didn't actually define it if you're saying they didn't define it when maybe they actually did?
Has anyone been confused about what we're talking about? And that's true too. Has anyone actually been confused? Like I knew what MCToon was referring to, and he knew what I was referring to. Hornet's the same, right? We understood each other. We were able to communicate fairly well, and we disagreed, and that's fine. But all of us understood what we were talking about. I'm assuming the audience, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Audience or Mrs. Audience or whatever you want to identify as, to the audience, you know, when we say AI, we understand what is being discussed. And AI is such a broad umbrella term that covers a multitude, a variety of tools. Like all AI is not built the same, right? All AI does different things. It's
perfect.
Umbrella term.
That's
for a
great.
wide variety of technologies.
Wick, that's excellent. I would disagree with you on the idea that just because everybody understands a thing, that the definition is known. However, you just said something that nails it. That's the beginning of the definition
already. Jesus.
So an AI system, when you say an AI, it's a very broad term. For example, if you've ever played a video game, and NPCs do this pathfinding thing where they have to go and figure out like which way do I go from destination A to B, that was called an AI system. That was literally called AI. But would you ascribe to it the same attributes as ChatGPT? Would you ascribe NPC moving from point A to point B as ChatGPT?
Are you just going down the line of AGI? Like, are we? Is that where you're going down?
Well, see, the problem here is that even if I was, which I'm not, but even if I was, the problem is that you guys constantly conflated all the different kinds of ways that the massive definition of AI is used. And then you just said, well, this is AI, and this is AI, and this is AI. Therefore, we can make kind of broad sweeping statements about all of them as if they are all equal, but they're not.
Can you give me an example of that?
I just did. Would you consider an NPC pathfinder the same
Dude,
thing
this guy sucks so bad. If you want a channel that actually teaches about AI and doesn't hate you and want you to like cry and like try to dismiss every question you have about stuff, check out Radical Coder, because we actually want to talk about
Before you go to any of these motherfuckers' channels, ask them to open a jar. Okay, can ChatGPT open a jar for you?
That's fair. You can test my metal.
I
Sarah,
feel
can
like
I?
that's just becoming
Sarah,
too easy of a blow there.
Look, I'm just saying that if you offer me $20,000 to go into a boxing match with you, and then you pussy out when I accept, I'm going to keep holding that over your head for quite a while. Which, to the audience that may not know, is what happened when Andrew Wilson came into my Twitter saying that he'd give me $20,000 to go 3 rounds with him in a boxing match, and I gave him a date. I gave him a time, and the guy ghosted me. He didn't say shit.
Is that,
right?
is that the
I don't
argumentum
know.
ad jar fallacy? I don't know.
I'm gonna hold that for a while against that motherfucker.
Another issue that was brought up was people like breaking up with AI and stuff like this. And like, sure, that on its face like sounds like a bad thing, but think about what the alternative is. People have historically stayed in relationships for a long time past when they should not have been in those relationships, right? I'll leave right after this. Like when they like, because they don't know how to process their emotions, they don't know how to communicate about these things, and they refuse to go to fucking therapy, right? So if we have people who can't do this thing, and instead they're talking to ChatGPT about it, and they come to the conclusion like, hey, I actually don't want to be in this relationship, and I need a way to communicate this to my partner, and then they do, and they learn how to do that. How is that a bad thing? Answer, if anyone's willing to answer that, do so, and I'll wait in the back and listen.
Yeah, I got it. It's way simpler, actually. It's way simpler. If you're trying to understand AI.
Are you on the right mic today? That's coming in. Sounds like it's coming in.
Mike, test. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it just sounds like it's coming in from your
Sarah,
laptop.
when you get a chance, I'd like to have something to say.
Go ahead, MC, while he's fixing his shit.
All right. To address Spiro and his comic shop guy, it's not actually AI. BS, pedantics, nonsense. Every single person who was watching this, other than Douche Canoe Spiro, knew exactly what we were talking about. We were talking about the 7 things, the 7, whatever you want to call them, Douche Canoe Pedantic guy, that I put the prompt into that gave me the answer. I'm aware that it's not technically AI, that they're LLMs. I get that. The rest of us on the panel, we all use the same terminology. We didn't have to be the pedantic asshole that you are to figure out what we were talking about. And I knew when Sarah asked me the prompt, when she said AI, I knew that she meant ChatGPT and Gemini and Claude and all those, and not the true AI that doesn't actually exist yet. I knew what she was talking about.
It's because we're not autistic.
Thank you.
I think you mean Oregon.
Yeah, no, I think the main thing, the issue with generative AI, I haven't heard a compelling point against is like, what do we do when those like gaps are not bridged on personal communication? Like, that is what essays are teaching kids to do. We're not having kids write essays in 3rd and 4th grade or even middle school really to become writers. We're having kids write essays so that they formulate thought, put words to thought in an effective and compelling way. That's why most of what you do in those age groups are persuasive essays, because it's teaching them the fundamentals of argumentation. When you start skipping those steps, these are kids who just can't effectively interview well. They can't effectively go out and talk to people about something they're interested in without seeming abrasive or argumentative. Like, you're going to have a bunch of like pseudo autists out there because they communicate through the computer and the computer doesn't pick up social cues. So what they're mimicking is something that, cannot effectively mimic human behavior.
I would say that is more of a problem of like the current school system in the way that they tried to go and cater to everyone instead of going and separate and to better teach each individual group. And I think like if like there's like a case for like boys of just making them force them to sit down to go against their very nature. Like, it makes sense that they would want to go and cut corners and go and try to leave that very confining oppressive space that goes against their very being, even if like some of the things that place tries to teach them is fundamentally like it's in a good place.
Sure, but letting boys run around a little bit more than girls isn't going to teach those boys how to effectively communicate their skill set in an interview. It just isn't. At a certain point, you need to formulate what you're going to have them sit down and do, and a way to keep them from being able to shortcut those things. Because at the end of the day, there's never going to be an interview where they let them have a laptop or a tablet in front of them, typing in the questions and receiving AI prompts to copy. Like they're going to have to come up with it themselves.
Jeb, it's even worse because what Evan's saying is that.
Oh no.
What's wrong with it?
It's terrible. It's terrible, Doc.
Terrible, like not sure. Terrible, like it's not working.
Kirsten, turn your volume down a lot.
Yeah. So, okay. So what I'm getting from Evan though is that we have to treat boys not like human males, but we have to treat them like Evan thinks they are. So that doesn't have to do with AI. That has to do with Evan's opinion about everything.
Well, I mean, I get it. I empathize with the opinion that we should probably have more mobile teaching. I think the easier answer would be to just get computers out of schools. But the issue is, right, we've innovated the teaching of things like mathematics and things that we are okay with automations being used in really effectively with computers in schools. So, I think if someone were to pitch, like maybe we just go back to paper and pencil essays, that would help. I think that's right. But once you get into higher levels of education, it gets really problematic because, again, you need, sometimes it's going to be 4 and 5 page essays that you're going to need to have them take home and write, and they're going to have access to LLMs when they go home. So it's like, what do we do to bridge this gap? Like, and I don't think you ban AI with it, but I think we really need to create a social stigma against using AI in schools in any way. Like, we need to make sure we separate what actually has extrinsic value that can be extracted via AI and what doesn't have extrinsic value, and therefore AI shouldn't be used, because the idea of the practice that you're skipping is to learn how to do that thing. And a lot of times what people don't get, unless they're educators, it's teaching you things you don't realize it's teaching you.
That's your own personal psychology, though. Let me real quick. And so the main problem with this again is, school gives out tasks that are like, write an essay that communicates with your classmates. We're going to read these out loud, or I want you to specifically respond to this passage of text we read. And so AI doesn't necessarily have something to do with those types of questions that parents want teachers to ask. This is just more subjective, woke, new age internet bullshit.
I mean, I don't think so. I think your ability to read a book and directly write down your thoughts on what your takeaway of the book was and what points it was making, even if it's a completely apolitical book or a book that is somewhat political, but we've accepted over a long period of time, I think that directly tracks with your ability at home to talk to your wife as an adult about how you're feeling. I think those are one-to-one.
People have wives. That's funny.
Well, I mean, eventually, right? We're hoping we're raising kids to have effective relationships in the future, and that's what I'm worried is going to get broken even more than it already has by taking kids and putting them all on the internet for everything. You're taking the last bastion of like
talking
fundamental.
About teaching, and we have a teacher here. We have a professor, right? Why don't we ask the professor?
True. Yeah, well, Jebtan is absolutely correct. Yeah, if you're not an educator, you sometimes don't realize, like, we give assignments for different reasons, right? One of the things that comes up, not as much in this conversation, thankfully, but in others, is like, well, if ChatGPT can do your assignment, it's a bad assignment, which is a silly thing to say, right? Because the assignment itself can be educative, right? It's supposed to teach you something in the process of doing it. So the calculator analogy, I think, is a really good one, actually. Like the guy who was on the pro AI side earlier said, like, do you think that they're understanding algebra less when they use a calculator to do it? Well, if they just figure out how to properly type a formula into Wolfram Alpha or copy it from their laptop into Wolfram Alpha and it solves it for them, yeah, they're not learning algebra, right? You have to understand the concept. So to an extent, you have to do things the hard way first. So that's part of the reason why we assign essays and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why when Jeb asked like what would be a solution to this, it'd be like, okay, I agree with you. Like, let's not just introduce AI into like all those systems, right? You have them fundamentally figure out how to communicate through essays first, and then you can introduce that later as an enhancing tool, right? Not necessarily something to get rid of any of the like fundamentals, but something that could be used as an enhancer for them to understand, okay, this was a little bit more persuasive than what I've written.
Yeah. Yeah, this is something that I bring up a lot. Is I think just like the people who are like I know mathematicians and physicists who can pick up my graphing calculator and do things with it I can't even imagine doing because they understand the math concept better than I can and the technology itself. Same thing, I think, in a lot of ways with AI. I know some really smart people who use it in effective ways as part of their scholarship and their research agenda. I don't find it useful for mine, but they're able to use it in ways that I don't trust students to use it. So you require, I think, that kind of like underlying architecture and foundation to be able to use it in an effective way. I think the calculator analogy is a good one. People just bend it the wrong direction, I think. Yeah.
So
I think it's always because of the simplification of the like technology. Like the reason I make comparison to that is because I don't like whenever we see a new technology introduced, we can see like negative outcomes produced from that technology being introduced. But typically what happens is we have it enhances those like fields to a large degree. Like just even when we go down to simplistic stuff like plowing a field by hand and plowing a field with an actual plow, very different things. monumentally changing the farming industry, right? So like these great increases are like something that we are always going to be functioning off of, and humans have shown that we are adaptable to a lot of these situations. And yes, there are growing pains that come with a lot of the technology that comes out, but ultimately it always benefits us to a large degree. Like when even just looking at medical science, like we can see the extent of like knowledge that has been bestowed by just like being able to test certain things or being able to go through data at a significant rate.
Sure, but sometimes that adaptation is abstaining from certain technologies and certain things, right? So like AI isn't like this unique evil. I'm not trying to paint it. If I were to be on this panel, I actually would probably be on the, on MCToon's side, where I don't think it's doing more harm than good. But I do think we need to seriously define where we're going to abstain from this technology, because I think it's very similar to all the other things facing kids right now. The iPad babysitter generation, the e-bikes, like our kids aren't fucking reading. They're not fucking pedaling their bikes. They're not walking. Now they're not talking. Like they're not learning how to write, not even just to write. Like they're not learning how to communicate. And they're not communicating with each other person to person, which would be the only sort of circumvention we could create here. So what I think the solution would be is for AI groups to advocate even for the abstinence from AI, and even for broader education groups to bring back pencil and paper into education and start to, in a very reactionary sense, do a big snap back to manual writing with a pencil, to outside face-to-face direct time, to getting computers out of schools, like other than the computer lab. Like that would be my prescription, more or less.
And speaking of education, Paul says with a big 5, Hornet, until AI isn't the answer to the cheating problem anymore, prompt Grok 7 rewrite to avoid Uber AI detect. AI arms race, teachers win at that one.
Well, and I think this is another thing that was being brought up earlier, was that, well, you'll just use the AI to detect the AI. And as I'm sure Spyro could explain to us, because he has the technical knowledge here, right? The way that the predictive text generation in these LLMs work, you're not getting the same output to every question. Even if you ask it the same exact question multiple times in different instances, it will give you different outputs. And the detection is not as good as people think it is. So we have studies on this already. Professors, TAs overestimate their ability to detect the writing. Like professors will say, oh, I always know when my students are using AI. They don't. And the AI detectors that are commercially available have wildly high false positive rates and wildly high false negative rates whenever we test them. So I'm not confident that those tools match, right? Like I don't think they work. So
well, fuck it.
Yeah, I'm over not necessarily just. Yeah, go ahead.
Fuck It Button follows up and says, and if they can't pass a test, they fail. Get better at testing and people won't AI for direct answers or proof in education. Internet was scary too.
Get better at testing get better at testing is kind of dismissive though. I don't know. This is something I had these opinions too, and then I got I got connected with a lot more educators, and it's just such a complex thing. You can't just get better at testing and find a way to circumvent, because not only is that just hard in itself, if you could just try it in a vacuum, you also have layer upon layer of regulation that just straight up doesn't allow schools to experiment very much. So we're stuck with the testing that we have for the next 5-10 years, unless there's nationalized school choice, which presents its own variety of problems. I'm for it, but it's still like it creates more stringency. So it's like we just have to draw some lines. We just have to have people who are super pro AI willing to be very vocal about where it shouldn't be used. The same way that, you know, gun safety advocates talk about the way you need to use a gun in order for it to be responsible. You know, performance car manufacturers talking about like being forced to advocate like not driving too fast on public roads and things like that. Like we just need a public awareness about these things being bad to use.
Jebtan, right now, today, they're developing AI girlfriends and AI sex bots, right?
What's wrong with that?
Is that not cringy, creepy? Like, is that, I mean, like it's Pandora's box. How much worse can it get?
Oh,
yeah. I think
that's actually the name of the AI girlfriend, Pandora's box. Yeah,
it gets way worse. I read an article. No.
I'm kidding. It's a joke.
Oh, I was
no, Wick. No, Wick. It's not even a joke. Wick, it's not even a joke. I read an article. Literally, there was a journalist. He rented out an Airbnb out in the cabins, like an old romantic movie. He brought 3 couples. Each couple brought their AI counterpart, and they literally had a little nice Airbnb say they were emotional about their AI partners. They cried when they thought of the idea of OpenAI shutting down. They would lose access to their AI partner. The company Replica also had a huge backlash when they updated one of their models, and the AI partners didn't behave in the same way that they used to behave. And these people were like, I lost my partner. You changed the model, put it back. And they had to go offer that back to the users so they wouldn't lose them. And it's way worse. There are AI religions up in Buddhist mountains with silicone bodies. People go up and pray to this thing so that they can get blessed by the AI silicone body. This stuff is worse than you actually think, Wick. It's worse than you can imagine.
Well, doesn't that, it just, doesn't that kind of show the same concept as, you know, the education tool and so on and so forth? Like we're lacking in social human experience and the ability to engage with other people, that we just revert to an AI to fulfill that void, just the same as education. I'm too lazy or can't pass, you know, this essay, test, question, whatever, without seeking AI to fill that void. It kind of goes hand in hand. So is AI really the problem, or do humans just suck at doing better?
AI exacerbates that fact. Yeah. Right. You're correct. AI, humans suck at doing better, but AI makes it easier to suck at doing better. Right. It makes it much more accessible. You suck much more using AI.
Yeah, it allows us to do,
like there's no need to try harder.
Right. Yeah, and it facilitates something that has gotten really bad since really the industrial age, but especially
I can get the full experience by just a prompt.
It's externalizing the value of every single experience, right? It's saying having a girlfriend isn't about personally developing within a relationship. It's about having a girlfriend. It's about people seeing that I have a girlfriend and me getting what I want from a woman. It's externalizing the value of the relationship, creating extrinsic value and experiences that are inherently intrinsic, but you only know that when you have actually gone through them. Like people think, like every kid says it in school, I'm learning so much stuff that I'm not going to use. It's like, well, you're learning how to learn is what you're doing.
Yeah.
And in every relationship, it's like, I'm having to deal with all this bullshit. Why would I want to deal with all this baggage from another person if I can just be single? And then you go into a relationship and you're in it for a few years and like, oh my God, like I'm being forced to develop in ways that I just wouldn't if I was not in a relationship. But because it's a generation of young people that don't know that, and there's this tool allowing them to externalize value in all of these experiences, they're just going to jump to the ability to get what they want and get the impression from other people that they have what everybody wants to see them have, you know, like the girlfriend and everything like that.
And MCToon's going to go ahead and make his exit, if we can give room so he can give his final thoughts. By MC.
Yeah.
Oh, I was muted for the whole thing there. Oh, crikey. Anyway, it was super good. You should go listen over there. I basically, I said, yeah. I thought you know what? I had muted myself here and unmuted myself there. I basically said that AI is just technology, and people are, people are good, they're going to do good stuff, and people are bad, going to do bad stuff. And, a quote from the Spider-Man movie, if you can remember, about great power and great responsibility. There it is. So they were talking about AI religions and AI relationships, and yep, those things 100% exist. It's not like it wasn't predicted with the movie Her. If you haven't seen it, that's exactly what's in it. Go watch it. A guy falls in love with his AI chatbot, which was just a voice chatbot. That was all it was. And in the movie, you see when he's going down, and I think he's like going up or down an escalator, and you see he's got his earbud in, and he's looking down, he's just talking, right? He's just to himself. And you see around, everybody else is doing the same thing. And so throughout the movie, you see that everybody's doing the same thing as he is. Everybody is falling in love with their chatbot. So yeah, that's, a bit much, but yes, I see people doing that. I see that as a thing. But I don't see that as really any different than all the other times that people have fallen in love with a fantasy, right? Like, well, in the Usenet days when people could get online and they could have a conversation with somebody that you couldn't used to do that. Usenet was one of the earliest ways where you could quickly communicate with groups of other people and find that people were finding love there. But it was, for many people, it was still a fantasy. The reason why it was a fantasy was because the person that they were falling in love with wasn't the person that they were representing themselves as. So they were falling in love with a fantasy. And this, right? Nothing new. This happens all the time. People would get so involved in that they would remove themselves from society. I saw people do this, right? That person, what happened to that person? Are they gone? Oh no, they're always on Usenet. They're always on the news groups, and that's what happened. Then you hear, oh, this person, their boyfriend or girlfriend is coming to visit, and they're gonna get married, or they're gonna whatever. They got engaged without even having seen each other. And this was before there was a lot of pictures. There weren't digital cameras then. So they'd show up and be like, you didn't describe yourself like this. And then in person, sounded like they were a lovely person, online, but turns out it was Spiro, right? Completely douche canoe, well, actually guy, right? Whatever. They fell in love with the fantasy, and whether there's a real human on the other side of that fantasy or not, it's still a fantasy. So less blame to push around, or the blame goes elsewhere. I don't know. And yes, they definitely do. There's religions, and there's TikTok is full of them. But they're on Facebook, they're on YouTube as well, of people that think they've unlocked their AI. I did it by asking it to tell it It's to name itself, and I showed it some pictures of sacred geometry. Well, wait a second. You ask your AI to do something, and it did that. That's what AIs do. You ask it to do things and does it. So, yeah. Wait. All right, Jack Fetter says, really disappointed you all mostly rolled your eyes at AI sentience and the likelihood this gets off the chain eventually. It's only sci-fi today. Well, it is only sci-fi today, and I have this book. This is the book I had in college on AI. And I took 2 AI classes, and after the 2 AI classes, not just 2 AI classes, an AI class and a Lisp class. I got this guy down. An AI class and a Lisp class, because at the time Lisp was the one of the big ones that you did AI in. And I have those. I got those because I remember at the end of those classes and then seeing the progress over the next couple of years, being very unimpressed with AI. It was not impressive. And that was a while ago. You can tell by that book, maybe, if you look it up. And since then, true AI has been unimpressive. It really hasn't made the big strides, and all of the LLMs, as Comic Shop guy was talking about. LLMs are not true AI. But they look like true AI to us. We can't tell the difference when they do many things. So, Jack Fetter, true sentience. I don't know. I'm a bit on the not buying it side of the true sentience for AI. But only because it's been, little progress in a longish amount of time. So, the other thing that is an issue is today, and whatever true AI is in the future, will it need massive hardware? Because today you need pretty significant hardware to do the kinds of things that the big ones, that ChatGPT that is fooling people into thinking it's connected to some alien intelligence or whatever. I don't know. Maybe you can download an older LLM on Hugging Face or Olama and talk to it as if it's, whatever, some sentience. I don't know. I'm not gonna try. Maybe I will. I don't know. But so all right. Where am I going? I'm just saying the hardware necessary to run an AI today or an LLM today is pretty significant. So it couldn't be like ChatGPT's like, I'm going to escape the lab today, because where would it escape to? There's nowhere for it to escape to at this point. You need to have a significant change in hardware, and it's coming eventually. This was state of the art when it was new. It's a 4-bit processor, and I don't remember the CPU speed it ran at. Very slow, and it was pretty amazing to be in this small of a package to do what it did. It was a full processor. It had a proper programming language that was a bit like the programming language Forth. It was called RPL. And it was amazing, and for its time. And so this is what these are now compared to what is running on what ChatGPT is running on, right? But this is smaller, right? It was just a couple years of progress. So in a couple years of progress, that's going to be running ChatGPT. I don't know what number of years, but at some point of years, today's ChatGPT will run on that phone. And then what? Well, then people can run their own fake, unlocked AI on it, because you'll be able to download the open source version of whatever is the newest open source version. So then what? The genie's out of the bottle. That's the thing. It's about dealing with it, and I think that both Wick and Charlie's response is fine. I don't have a problem with it, but it's not going to solve the problem by saying, well, it's done harm, so we shouldn't do it. It's happened. It's too late. So now what? What are you going to do? And yes, students are going to use it when they can. And very good point. And whenever my kids have asked me, when am I going to use this when we're doing, especially when doing math, it doesn't matter. It's not that you're telling me the answer. I don't need to know that number on the page there. That's not something I need. I don't need, right? I'm not going to take that and do something with it. What gets done when you learn something and when you write down the correct answer is you learn the process of doing it. You've figured out how to solve problems. And I've always been about open books or open internet. And I don't know about open GPTs or open LLMs, right? I don't know if that's the right way to do for learning, because it does skip over that, right? You don't write an essay. I'm okay. So when I say open book, open internet, go read about it, go learn about it, go find the chat rooms about some particular topic, and then write your own paper. Or do the math problem yourself, and the math problem is too hard. Okay, go to YouTube and watch a video on how to do that particular math problem. Perfect. I love it. But I think that the lure of an LLM is just do it for me. And with this presentation that I only had a 4-minute presentation. I think I went over. I asked all 7 of those LLMs to write it for me, and they sucked. I could have just taken one of them, and it would have been fine. I could have. And go to my website and read them all. MCToon.net/AI. It's my landing page, and then there's a link to the 7 of them. I just copy pasted. I don't know. You can watch them. They're not all that good. Quen was the only one that I thought had anything interesting. So, Eric Burns says, example of why writing things down helps. I give a study guide that is fill in the blank. I average the scale of those that did the study guide versus those that didn't, over 10% difference. Interesting. So my first question to that is that because the study guide helped those students, or is it because the smarter students are more likely to do the study guide? Which is it? Which is the cause? I don't know. I don't know if you can say which is the cause. Nomad Universe says, remember when learning things used to matter? Now more and more people are uneducated than ever, and the world is going to hell. Well, I can't disagree. We see that with flat earthers. They are the ones that did not learn things in school, right? They came out of school, they got whatever was needed in order to pass the class. So they got that answer written down on the paper without really understanding the process between learning it and writing down the correct answer. Right? They got there by whatever process, but it wasn't the one that taught them what was necessary. And, I think a lot of them don't have that capability. As I've talked with more and more flat earthers, they lack that capability. They are the people that don't have the ability to understand those things. And unfortunately, we're also told that you are so smart. Your mommy's good boy. You're so smart, and it's not your fault, right? That's the kind of stuff that I don't know if that's everybody. It's certainly a good number of them that they didn't know, and they somehow came out of it later, got fooled into flat Earth, and now they're like, oh, I'm not stupid, it's stupid, as Dearth Shirt says. Nomad Universe, you don't have to even pass. Many school dropouts are there, making life difficult for people. Yes. You don't even have to pass to pass. Jack Vetter says AI is a tool used that way. Great promise. However, it's also capable of being used as a weapon where it can bring full and utter destruction. It can. And to the other side's point, while a nuclear weapon can do that, the bar is super high to make one, and other people in the world will work very hard if they don't want you to get it to stop you from getting it. LLMs are open source and can just, everybody can have it if you have the not very much money to get the hardware in the grand scheme of things. So when it's down to the call center in the scamming call center, right? Today they can't do it because none of the major models are going to allow them to do that today. But when the open source model that can generate the high quality voice and can have a conversation with somebody and be trained to do that, when that gets to be open source and runnable on reasonably priced hardware, that's what it will do. And now your grandparents will be tricked by not somebody that's got a strong accent, but instead by somebody that's got whatever accent the malicious person thinks is most likely to fool you. That's very, very bad news. There's no way that it is not going to happen. Roger that just said, I just felt like saying Glober Mom. Yep. Thank you. We got Extricate. Sarah Connor would be disappointed with you. Icy Spence's Team Hornet in the chat, baby. Tim Davidson says, so that's how you catch them. And shouldn't Hornet start with a W? What Hornet? What? Was that the puppy when I picked up Penguin? Tim Davidson, Alexa, how do you feel about AI? I unplugged mine and I have both of them right up there and they're unplugged because it happened too often. Icy Spin says hashtag Team Hornet in the chat, sexy people. And then again, Icy Spin comes in with upside down writing, says this comment was generated by AI. Icy Spin says without AI, dirt would still be in the middle. If you know D-Mock, the D-Mock song, No Dirt in the Middle. F. Grood set 5 memberships. Thank you very much to F. Grood for that. Make sure you thank F. Grood if you haven't already. Bob says, good to see you debate other topics and people that aren't complete liars or morons, despite their positions being more emotional rather than factual. Thank you for that. Yeah, you know what? I think that's a good way to put it. The more, when Sarah asked me to debate it, I'm like, oh, is this what I want to debate? Is this my position? What am I? And I had to really work through that and solidify my position. And that's when I'm like, well, yeah, it's just another technological advance. When horseless carriages were made, I'm sure there were people that were very upset about it and thought that they never should be making horseless carriages, because think of all the farriers that are going to be out of work, and the stable hands, and the guys that scoop the poo from the road, and all of that stuff, all of the dominoes that would fall because of horseless carriages, and how many other things are like that. Newspapers and radio, TV, email. Is email going to put the U.S. Postal Service out of business? So, all right. David says, I'm pretty sure Spiro is going to cry himself to sleep later with that framed Andrew Wilson picture facing down on his nightstand. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I have no idea of the history of Spiro, if he is an Andrew Wilson fanboy or not, but that's pretty stinking funny. He was quiet after I dressed him down. He didn't say a word. Oh my gosh. Like, to seriously come in there like, you have to define AI. Like, he was trying to be pedantic. Like, yes, we know. Well, I know. My guess is that neither Wick nor Charlie had even the first clue about what true AI is or what an LLM is, especially considering that Wick constantly didn't call an LLM by the right name. He called it a learning language model instead of a large language model. And to be fair, many of them aren't language models anymore. If they generate images or video or speech, it's more than a language model, isn't it? It is a general purpose model. So you just can call it a language model, an LM, right? Old Mate says, Mr. Toon, is there an update on your conference presentation you did on the Potatoes Leaky app? Would love to watch. So there is not. And so I'm thinking I'm going to let me see here. There it is. I'm subscribed to this one. Nothing at all. So, all right. I will put one or both of them out myself. I got copies of both. The second one, I missed the very, very ending of it. I'm not exactly sure where, but I missed the very ending of the one that I did in Minneapolis or in St. Paul here, because it was the battery died. I charged it, and then it got turned on in my bag, and not just turned on, but it was recording. So Jesus Eber Martinez says, to quote the best AI, Bender from Futurama, ever thought about sitting with your children and turning the TV off? It's a good idea. Tomorrow night I will be coaching my own kid at Ultimate Frisbee. So yeah, you bet. I love doing that kind of stuff. This weekend we did a bunch of stuff with the kids. So yeah, cell phones. The gramophone, it's gonna kill music. Yeah, think about it. Digital distribution of music is going to change CDs. CDs are going to change tapes, and tapes are going to change 8-tracks, and 8-tracks are going to change records. And yes, that's going to happen. Walmart is going to kill the mom and pop shop. Yep. And then other forms of mom and pop shops come up, and people go antiquing and go to whatever store that you walk in and the potpourri smells so strong you almost pass out. Those stores are there now where the mom and pop shops used to be. And that's probably still just a mom and pop shop. So, yeah, recordings killed the need for live performances. A video killed the radio star. None of this is true. You know, things changed, and a lot of the same ones still survive. So, yeah, it's here. It's here to stay. My advice to anybody that's thinking about learning to program, like go to school for programming, is think very hard about that. I don't know what schools are going to do because it so quickly got really good at programming. I used some of the early ChatGPT efforts at programming, and they were okay, but they're a bit rough. And they're like, it couldn't do multiple languages very well. And but today, like if you want to write something in Fortran 77, why do I say Fortran 77? You want to write something in Fortran 77, you can. You can. Not you, though. You don't need to. You don't need to read this book to do it, because this book, or whatever is the equivalent of this book, has been digitized at some point and is in whatever is in ChatGPT or Gemini or wherever. So Docfly says we don't need live performances, we want them. Look at the Gorillas, didn't need live performances to become massive and loved. Eric Burns says, aren't programming jobs hard to come by right now? A couple friends of mine are programmers, and I think they said to me the market is rough. Yeah, that's probably the case. So I think what's happening is a lot of companies are thinking, oh, well, we don't need any programmers. We'll just not hire any, right? That they're swinging the pendulum too far. For the most part, I think that companies, every project has a list. Here's a list of things we want to do, and that list is long. That list is longer than your labor is going to do. And so when you use an AI, an LLM, you can get those things done a little faster. You're not replacing programmers. Right now you have programmers having LLMs do the code. And I don't know what's going to happen, because is it acceptable to vibe code a high need app? I don't think so. Maybe someday it will. But a commercial app that when I write code, when I commit code, it has to work. It has to be mine. If it doesn't work, it's me. It's not the LLM. I don't get to blame anybody but me. It's all on me. But if somebody grew up just not respecting writing code and just having it written for you, and I get that position because you don't need to write code anymore. Then what? They will say, oh, well, that didn't work. It's because of the AI. It's not my fault. It's the AI's fault. F. Groot says, I'm a senior developer with 38 years of coding experience. I can just point at a job and get it. Yeah. But what about the 5-year? What about somebody who's got just 5 years experience and they're like, I'm going to go do something else? I don't know. It's gotta be tough. Got to be tough for them. Docfly says I use WebSim to make AI to make websites, but I have no clue about why it doesn't work right when it is borked. And yes, there's the problem. when something isn't working right, a programmer can fix it, right? An AI might do 80, 90, 95% of the coding, but what, you know, if it's not been done before, then what? Because AI is able, you know, here, I want make a website that does this. Well, all of those things have been done. So there's examples of that out there that the AI can go pull from and use. But make a website that does this thing that's never been done before, or this thing that doesn't have code for it to reference, right? It has to kind of figure that out. It might not be able to. Gowden's Raber says, I started coding shortly before LLM inputs. I use it often to check code. Most codes from LLM give me a start. I generally have to debug manually. Yeah. So now I have, like, there's a few things that I've done. So there's an animation I needed. And sometimes I'm like, there's a lot of people in the community I could go ask and try to describe what I want. And, but just this last week, I'm like, no, you know what? I'm just gonna do it myself. And I went to, I don't even know which one. I use all of them. I use 4: Grok, Claude, ChatGPT, and Gemini. I use those 4. And I went to them and I went whichever one, and I have now a single file web page that has an animation that I wanted. Awesome. So I did not look at the code. It didn't work the first 2-3 times. I did not look at the code, and it feels weird to me. But all I needed was an animation, and then I recorded a video of the animation, and now I don't even need that file anymore. I already have the video of it. So anyway, it's getting late. I've been on for a while. People, thank you so much for being here. That was pretty fun, I think. And I'm just gonna, what do I have? I don't have much of a generic outro, so you're gonna get a non-generic outro. So, oh, look at this. NetTube user says, I know you use ChatGPT, Gemini, Mistral, my favorite, Copilot, meh, it's okay. There it is. All right, people, thank you very much. Tomorrow I will be on at 9 p.m. Central Time, and then Wednesday I will definitely be on with Craig, and I might do a late one. We'll see. Then I'm out Thursday. So anyway, see ya.
Yeah, YouTube, of course. Yeah, exactly. That's a good one. That's good for the ladies to hear, right? They like that. When you swear. It's very attractive. Hey, ladies, if you want a real man, you might want to get somebody older. More mature. More mature. Huh? More mature. What you doing, buddy? Hey, I got this on YouTube, pal.
Rolling down the highway, decals galore. Flat Earth preacher, Mikey's out for more. With a bumper sticker sermon, scrolling neon lights. Make nonsense, picking verbal fights. Squawk that chicken, Mikey Smith. Preaching flat Earth, the cosmic myth. Traffic preacher, making a scene. Rubber chicken squawk, know what I mean? Stop in traffic, tension thick. Mikey mock flick. The guy stepped out, said he'd had enough. Delivered a lesson, calling Mikey's bluff. Squawk that chicken, Mikey Smith. Preaching flat Earth, the cosmic myth. Traffic preacher, making a scene. Rubber chicken squawk, know what I mean? A punch flew swift, Mikey took the hit. Rubber chicken hunked, he lost his wit. You're going to jail, Mikey loudly cried. But the crowd just laughed, shook their heads and sighed. keep it cool and clear. Flat Earth's got no business causing trouble here. So don't harass your neighbor, don't provoke a fight, or a rubber chicken squawk might be your only right. Squawk that chicken, Mikey Smith, preaching flat Earth, the cosmic myth. Traffic preacher, making a scene, rubber chicken squawk, know what I mean? Yeah, Mikey Smith, with your theories and your squawk. Best keep rolling, less preaching, more walk. Keep that chicken silent, keep the peace intact. Flat Earth funk, that's a cosmic fact.
Yeah, now that all the sheep are out, let's go drive around and see how many people yell at me.